So yeah, now the crusher can grind stuff because I looked all over like, and I asked Quentin like, is there a QP like a specific QP tech grinder? He's like, no, the macerator did everything. Um, so
Okay.
it's kind of right now anyway. I don't have a separate machine for grinding, so I just added a mode onto the crusher for grinding. Um,
Is that going to be temporary or?
Probably if somebody comes by with a machine that's a grinder, I can shuffle all that the grinder then. But yeah, the grind mode on the crusher is
Actually, I already think I already made a grinder.
um, yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to, yeah, I would imagine it's hit or miss. But yeah, the new version of the mod is out. And it's the version that we have working here, so it works for single player, dedicated servers. um, yeah, in general, it's working quite well. Um, the set of machines that is in is good to go, and I've added for this release, uh, recipes for all the things. So now you can smith like all the die casts. You can smith all of the plate molds. The metal press molds. You can smith all of these. Smith the saw blades.
Is there a clay mold for the screws?
No, no. The only way to manually make screws is to smith them, and you get a
Okay.
few at a time. It's kind of a
Yeah, I
nightmare
mean,
smithing operation, but
because I loaded my single player world up and started, um, actually, because my steel was just about done in my single player. So I figured the first thing I'd have to make is a generator. And, well, I'm looking, I couldn't find any molds for screws. The only thing I found was smithing them. I just
yep,
wanted to make sure I wasn't missing it.
yep. Yeah, the smithing is the only way to get them until you get the extruder. And the
Okay.
extruder, so I know how people like things that are hard, and um, when it comes to this game, people seem to like it if the harder it is. Like the harder it is to get, the more manual labor it is to get. People seem to relish that stuff. When you look at the downloads in the mod DB, the ones that make life harder are the ones that are downloaded the most. So, the extruder will allow you to craft screws like in crazy numbers, but to get to the extruder, you need steel. I limited the extruder to steel, so you need the steel machine block. You have to use steel screws, so you have to have steel in order to make the extruder. There's no way around that. Um, you can make the motors right now, the required motor with iron if you so chose. Um, but the steel block here and the screws require you to steel. Outside of that, pretty wide open thing. Like, um, as you can see, I have the mixer in here, but this is a work in progress. Um, I just got the model ready. Um, it's not actually connected to a block entity or anything. It's just right now it's kind of a dummy block. To make the other machines, you can kind of look at the recipes yourself. The LV generator, you usually can get away with just using tin bronze for this. It does not require um, anything outside of tin, bronze, and brass. So you need brass screws, tin, bronze, like things. In general, you can get away with just tin, bronze level stuff for generator. And then the metal press, I think, was similar. I sort of, and again, the balance of these things are like, this is just like the first pass to get them in the game. The metal press is basically, well, you can do a lot of tin bronze stuff, but you are going to need some iron. So you need an iron block, which is 8 iron ingots. You need an iron block to craft. Outside of that, as you can see, there's a temporal steel block that just looks cool. I thought that just looked cool. Nothing, you can't do anything with temporal steel, but I added it in just for future proofing it. Machine plate temporal steel. You can't actually craft those yet, so it is what it is. Outside of that, though, the relays. So these relays are craftable. What you have to do is you have to clay form the base, right? You clay form the base. You fire the base as you would with any pottery item, and then you just craft it with a glass slab, and that gives you the relay. And yeah, and the wire, the LV wire, that is a smithing recipe, and you can make it an extruder too. Not really much else to it. Some of the intermediates and stuff. Yeah, without QP Tech, without Quentin giving me permission for QP Tech, I would not be this far along, because I would have had to build these machines one at a time, and it would have just taken forever. And I did fix the recipe bug with the metal press here, because there was a bug. If you had the plate mold in the thing, and you put a metal plate into the input, right? It's already a plate mold. You put a metal plate in, it would make nails and strips with a plate mold, which should not. It shouldn't do that. So why was it doing that? And I was basically calling the wrong wildcard util. There's a wildcard util in the game that matches variants up together, and I was calling the wrong one. I was calling one that all it did was looked at the wildcard, right? So the recipe for nails and strips was VE press mold dash nails dash star, right? The star is the wild card. Well, the allowed variants were all of the variants, right? In bronze, iron, steel, titanium. So what was happening is I was calling that function to find the recipes, to find a match of the recipe when I put a plate in. So I put a plate in, and it was looking, and it was passing in the function to match the recipe. But the matches, I was calling matches variant, right? So wildcard util matches variant. And all that looked at was the wildcard. It did not look at the rest of the object, right? So, yeah, it was a thing. So I switched it to just .matches, which is the right call, because the matches has a call to the matches variants. Because in the matches thing, it matches everything else, and then it matches the variant. So it itself calls the matches variants once it isolates the wild. So yeah, that's been fixed. The other recipe bug that existed was fixed. That was such an insidious bug. God, the more I thought about that, the more I was very thankful that I tracked that down, because wow, I could have spent days trying to figure out that recipe bug out. But anyway, yeah, everything here is working. Right now, the obviously the power generation is limited. There's no power storage yet. That's coming. And it's just a basic, build power, build machines, automate some stuff. Everything works with chutes. I have chutes on everything, so everything works with chutes, and even the forge, the electric forge to heat stuff up. I did not plug into functionality yet the requirement of checking the temperature of the thing that comes in, even though it's built in. There's a built-in thing with recipes for that. I didn't plug it in to function to work yet because I didn't think it wasn't wise to add a feature like that this late in. Like, I was literally a few hours away from releasing the new version. I'm like, this is not the time to plug a completely new feature. Because with my luck, it would have broken it would have really broken things. So yeah, that function, that feature will be added now that the forge works. The forge works beautifully, by the way. I even found a base game oversight /bug/ why is this a thing? Steel plates in the base game don't have combustible prop. For whatever reason. They were excluded from the metal plate. Even though metal plate - steel is a thing, for some reason there's no combustible props for it. There's no set melting point for it. So I don't know why. Tons of other metals are listed in there, but yeah, steel plate is not in there. So I added it. If you look at steel plate, you can see smelting temperature, right? I added a little patch into Vintage Engineering that adds combustible props for the steel plate. So, because that's what this thing looks at when it's in auto mode. That's what it looks at. It looks at that combustible prop. So now that's edible. And also Renegade, I added a recipe, 2 recipes in fact, for these fence. Oh, where did he go?
I'm watching the stream too, so.
So these fences here, there's a recipe for these now. And there's a recipe for the top variant, because there's a variant for the top that actually adds decorative top variant things. Little.
Right, now you add it.
You what?
Now you add it.
Yeah, I added that because I knew you were working. I knew you were working with iron, and I thought the iron bars were a nice industrial looking like thing. So I was like, this kind of fits with Vintage Engineering. Might as well add a recipe for that.
Yeah, don't go look in my basement then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I made some changes since you saw it last.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I warned you ahead of time. I was like, I'm gonna add a recipe for these, unless all that work was done already.
It was already done.
Not much else has changed up here.
No, not up top. I haven't done much up top yet. I've been working either down here or in the back.
Did your steel get done? I noticed that it wasn't quite done yet.
Yeah, it got done.
Nice decorative, decorative. This is like a French jail down here. This is all decorative bars and stuff. This is what a French jail would look like. It's all snooty. Very nice though. I'm sure the pantograph came in handy for this.
Oh my god. That saved me so much time.
Oh man, yeah, it was a great little mod that Quentin made. Yeah, I was afraid, as far with all the mods that I've done, I've peaked at the chiseling system, and I didn't have any desire to go into the chiseling system, and so I'm really glad Quentin, had the patience to do that because wow. Yeah, because I went over here and looked, and it looked like your steel was like only 38%, and I was like, oh, he's got a
Yeah,
batch of steel.
yeah, it's done. It's I haven't broken it down yet, but it's here ready to go.
Well, now you need to test progressing into the vintage engineering mod. Start at the bottom
I'm gonna.
as if you are a noob and work your way up. Because it was Oz that found that smithing bug last night or yesterday.
Okay.
Because I had no idea that smithing recipes you had to put ingots in smithing recipes. You could not put like a metal plate as a smithing recipe because the game just would barf and be like, no, you can't do this. So what's this gonna be?
Oh, this right here is gonna be like a storage shed. And I'm gonna put all this stuff over here in there, nice and neat. And then this big pad over here, I'm gonna pull out what I did on the second floor over there and turn this into a big library.
Oh, okay. That'll be cool.
Like a tinier version of the Residence Archive library at the end of the level.
Yeah. Nice.
And then I'll extend the path out. I'm gonna put a little dock out there on the water when I get that far.
Very cool.
And the only other thing I gotta do back here, terraforming wise, is clean up this mountain right here. I wanna try to blend it into the mountainside better and just establish your face.
Oh, jeez. Giano Ferenzi. Ferenzi. Thank you for the sub, sir. Welcome to the channel. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Nice. The library. That should be a interesting project. Did you take screenshots of the Resident Archive one to sort of inspire you?
No, I planned on once I get to the point where I actually start building this, I'm gonna go back to it and then do that.
Okay.
Because I know where it is, so,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lose it.
And you can teleport waypoint too.
Yeah.
Cool.
I already have the waypoint right there by the entrance, so, and it's not hard to get to it from there.
Oh, God. Yeah. I'm talking about. Very awesome. Yeah.
The biggest reason I decided to make the library is to do what I had planned on doing on the second floor up here. I'm not gonna have enough room.
Yeah, I was up here looking. I was like, "Oh, this is so cool." He's got all these little knickknacks in here, and he's got like all the wares from all the traveling and the looting and all that kind of stuff. Very cool.
Yeah.
And the bookshelves. I'm assuming these are all the lore books that you got from the library.
Every single book that can be picked up is right there.
Wow, that's a lot of books. Jeez.
So if you like go in order, like pick one up, right click it off, like look off and right click it, and you just go down the line. Like my journal is very full right now.
You don't have to do them in order because it's just random. It's just like it won't give you a duplicate journal entry, so it just gives them to you until you're full. So, yeah, crazy. That's pretty good. and I know I don't show this hand on my screen very often, but I'm wearing a wrist brace on my left hand because, like last night, you know, when you get old, shit just starts falling apart, right? And last night, I was just sitting and chatting with my older brother on Signal on my phone, and my left wrist, started hurting, and it wasn't the carpal tunnel. Like carpal tunnel is like the very center of the wrist, right? So I had this brace because of my right wrist had this carpal tunnel problem. So every once in a while, I have to wear the brace on my right to sort of alleviate that pressure. But the one on my left was different. It was, I don't know what bone is on the outside of your arm. It's the radius or the ulna. I can't remember which one it is. But it was like the tendons connecting that bone to my whatever wrist bone is in. It hurt so bad last night. I couldn't even move my wrist. Like I couldn't put any weight on it. I couldn't do anything. So it was really weird. I don't know if it's like, I could probably name it like cell phone wrist or something like that, because when you're holding a cell phone and you're trying to text on a cell phone, you get that your wrist has to bend in weird ways, and I think that's what exacerbated it. But yeah, I wore this brace all night, and it actually helped stabilize it. But so I'm still wearing it. I usually don't wear it during the day, but God, it hurts so bad. I couldn't even move it. So yeah, I'm falling apart, everybody. Just falling apart. And the cat just does not care. She just doesn't care. Yeah.
Howdy.
Checking my place out.
Yep. I haven't been over in a while.
Yeah, me neither have I. Go over and check it out. I think I checked it out on Wednesday. Austin and I were over here and looked at it.
Yeah, I finally finished off all the class.
That's a lot of glass.
Whew.
Whew.
A lot of mining of quartz.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's got a kind of a weird look to it.
Yeah, I noticed over here they use the bad kind of nails and strips. These ones with 25, those are rough.
Well, they're actually kind of useful. Especially when all you want is like, you know, one. Right? But yeah, I made that
Oh,
mistake.
no. Nails and strips are like Doritos. You can't just have one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's like
Chaos?
perfect chaos. So
Hey.
there's like this perfect tower over here of just stone and stuff, just like really high up, and I'm like thinking this would be perfect for the windmill. natural.
Yeah. Natural high point.
Yep. I don't actually have to. I just have to move the dirt. That's all. Thinking of removing that one greenhouse in the center now that I know that, you can build something and put a greenhouse in the center of it and it will still be a greenhouse. I didn't realize that until now, so I thought, ooh. Oh well, maybe I'll just leave it the way it is. Had to watch a couple of videos on how to make a pulverizer because I forgot how.
So how we doing food wise? I haven't come down here in a while. I bet you Oz has been busy.
Yep, I mean it probably doesn't look. Yeah, the cheese is where there's just a ton of it. The rest I really haven't changed much.
Yeah, the only thing that's missing is like when I start to lose stuff, like on the character for nutrition, I find it's always seems to be the same three. Right? The first three are is it fruit, grain, and sorry, no, vegetable, grain, and protein.
Grain is the only one that's really troublesome, and that's just because the bread expires.
Yep. I made some bread the other day, some rice bread. It was good. Yeah, you really don't want to char it. The rice bread.
Yeah.
Kinda.
I mean, there is something to be said though if it's starting to spoil, and I actually didn't think of this when our bread was starting to spoil. But yeah, if it starts to spoil, you can just cook it.
Yeah, you can char it. Gives you less nutrition, but it kind of resets its timer.
Yep.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, another option is that you could leave it part baked, but then, I mean, what's the point in that? You may as well just leave it as flour.
Yep.
We only have 38,000 fire clay. Like, we're almost out. We're almost out.
Yeah, running low.
38,000. Glorious. Yeah, my world eater is almost dead as well, so I'll be able to test whether or not my attempted to fix that bug when you vein mine and it breaks and then you crash, to see if I actually fix that, because it's got 60,000 durability, and breaking one of those is it's kind of hard.
It's an achievement.
Yeah,
Not
it should be. It should be an achievement when you break a world eater. Like I should. There's a mod. There's actually a mod that adds achievement. It's funny. So yeah, the version 0.1.1 of the Vintage Engineering mod is out and in the world now. And I made the GitHub repo public, so you can browse the code without having to decompile it. And you can see all my lovely comments in the code. The code is filled with comments. For not only my benefit, for everybody else's benefit. Because I don't mind somebody learning from my code. What I mind is somebody blatantly copying my code with zero acknowledgement that they got this code from somewhere else. Yeah, that electricity mod was I'm hoping the guy took that down, because he basically DM'd me and it was like, I'll take the, and I wrote about it. I said, you have to take it down just to remove my code. But yeah, I'm gonna sneeze here in a second. The code is up on GitHub so people can learn from it. I don't mind if you learn from it and you figure out how to do something. You know, I spent 9 months working on that code base, figuring all that stuff out. I want to help enrich the community because of that. And you know, I don't mind people learning from it, but if you're going to use something from my mod, then make my mod a dependent and call it the right way. Don't just steal the code. I mean, the guy basically just blatantly stole my UIs. Like, I was like, just straight up, my UIs, it was, yeah, I was not a happy camper.
Nor should you be, right?
Yeah, because there was no, like, his mod page was, there was no like, hey, thanks to blah 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 for this code or this code. It was like, and there was no, he didn't ask. There was no like, hey, can I use this from this, like, because I would have told him flat out, like, no, you can't just copy it. You can make my mod a dependency, but his mod was trying to introduce electricity. My mod definitely introduces power in some form. Like, my response to him was just because, like, there were a couple things in his mod. Like, he has a refrigerator, some rudimentary fundamental refrigerator, and so I would have told him, like, rather than do that, just have my mod as a dependency, and then make your refrigerator using my object and wire it up. You know, that way I would have already had a mod that adds a machine to this system already, and it would just plop the refrigerator down, wire it up using this system, and you've got a refrigerator powered, and it would be a constant power draw. So you'd have to put a chute on a generator or two to power it constantly, and it would have been a constant draw of power, which, you know, is a thing. You know, you probably have to set up a log splitter and, you know, just start chewing through firewood like crazy as a kind of renewable source of power. And yeah, I added a grind mode to the crusher because there wasn't a QP Tech. There wasn't a QP Tech grinder, basically. So as a temporary solution, this thing can do it all. I'm sure that other people will. I don't know. Maybe somebody will come around and be like, "Hey, I built this cool grinder," you know. But anyway, the kiln works. Everything is good to go there. So if you have any pottery to fire that thing, you just put it in there and Yeah, it's good to go. Metal press works, multiple molds. Extruder works, multiple gauge die casts. Sawmill works. Obviously, you can see all the wood here. I mean, by the way, grab all of these boards. Put those downstairs to refill our stocks. I don't see the log splitter up here. I don't think I built the log splitter. The forge works. This thing works great for heating stuff up. And that's why I've got the anvil sitting right next to it, because you can just... It uses a lot of power. And the stilts on the top of it, I added. So these little stilts, obviously, if somebody plays QP Tech, they'll recognize it. But the stilts on top, I added because one of the features of this thing, and it's not plugged in yet. It's not a feature yet, but it is planned. One of the things you can do is plop a machine on top of it. So the mixer will be the machine of choice. So you'll be able to plop the mixer on top of it, and this machine will detect that, and the mixer will basically want to be heated with certain recipes, and I'll enable the recipes, and so you'll have to heat the mixer with this thing in order to craft the thing, right? So a little bit more complicated and involved, but inspired by the Create, how mixer crucible thing, or like I don't know what they call it, but the little blender thing in Create that requires you to heat the bowl, heat the basin. Yeah, that'll be an advanced feature of the mixer. So yeah, lots of stuff planned. Still, God, how many machines left in LV tier? I have like 4 or 5 left in LV tier before we move on. And that'll be basically all of the basics. And then the next tier will be starting the shenanigans, the real shenanigans. The stuff that I'm worried about actually figuring out, like a mechanical wind generator, like turning the mechanical energy of a wind power farm into power, right? How do we do that? Yeah, so there's some things to figure out yet. Even the LV tier is going to have a couple things that I'm going to have to figure out. That's going to take a while. 2 multi-blocks. The creosote oven and the alloy oven are 2 simple, very, very, very simple multi-blocks. So if you're a modeler, the creosote oven is essentially going to be a 3x3x3 block. Like it's going to be the deadest, simplest looking multi-block you've ever seen. But getting that all to work and talk to one another and all getting it all working is the hard part. So the multi-block itself is irrelevant when you compare what goes into it. So yeah, the creosote oven is going to be the multi-block, dip my toe in the water and see if I can figure this out sort of thing. And I'm sure that Quentin will have some nuggets of wisdom, because he actually had a couple multi-blocks in QP Tech. That water tower that he built was a multi-block. But yeah, that wasn't the same kind of multi-block that immersive engineering, right? Immersive engineering is you build the thing, and then it turns into something else. Sort of like what Fortress Craft would.
Sort of like the furnace, the steel forge thing. Because I can't say it.
The cementation furnace?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the QP Tech thing was that.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh. Grandma's going back to the ER. You went home on Thursday.
Oh, shoot. I mean, it's one of those things that's inevitable, but doesn't mean it has to be pleasant.
Yeah, all my mom said was nothing is flowing and her ankles are swelling.
Oh, I assume no
Yes.
blood flow, or
That's not
low.
Good.
Yeah.
At this point, Grandma should have a go bag for the.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a scare too. About 2 days ago, my one of my roomies, they were feeling some pain in their chest, had to go to the hospital. So
Oof.
yeah.
So do you think we're good on feathers?
Oh, have you been? Oh, I'm afraid to look.
There's lots.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, it could be worse.
Could always be worse.
And heck, that's not me really even trying for feathers. I mean, if I really pressed into it, we could be flush with them.
I would say that's flush.
So apparently, when my mom said nothing is flowing, he hasn't peed since Thursday.
Oh,
Jesus Christ! What?
so possibly kidney problems. That's not fun.
Well,
Bladder.
here's the thing, right? One of the things they found while she was in there is that part of her intestines have wrapped around her kidney, or at least one of her
Oh,
kidneys.
how the hell do you manage that?
I don't I don't know how you manage that, but apparently that's one of the things they found. I don't know if they did an ultrasound and they were checking her kidneys and found that some of her intestines had wrapped around it. But yeah, that's one of the things they found. And the surgeon basically came in to see her, and the surgeon was like, I don't think we should do anything about this. That it's too big of a risk. You know, my grandma's 90, almost 91. And like the surgeon did not think it was wise to put her down for a surgery like that. So that sounds like they just kind of sent her home.
And for anybody that's watching thinking that sounds cruel, there is an inherent risk with any surgery. So,
Oh yeah.
and it exponentially grows the older a person gets. So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's not cruel. It's a thing.
Nope.
Yeah, it's a huge risk. At 90, I mean, we're talking 70% chance that she doesn't come out of it. I mean, it's a high risk.
Yeah.
Um,
People that when people get that old, the body starts wondering whether they should just give up when they take a nap.
yeah, and it's one of the reasons why, you know, a major injury like a hip break, like if somebody if somebody falls and breaks their hip, a lot of times that is a death sentence because they basically just don't have the will anymore to fight and to live. And you know, the will to live is actually a thing. You know, somebody can just kind of stop wanting to, and the body just starts degrading. And but yeah,
Sorry, morbid.
anyway,
No, it's
Um,
okay. I know what you're talking about.
I'm sitting with my wrist brace on. I'm falling apart.
I got a wrist brace when I was back in my 20s, so I mean,
Yeah, well, I got one for my right hand because especially if I'm like do a really long stream, my mouse hand, I feel the carpal tunnel pain in my right hand.
Yeah.
And so I got the brace for my right hand, and I wear it, once a week to bed. That was kind of the thing. I basically where I would wear it. But yeah, last night my left wrist, I don't even know what was going on with my left wrist last night, and so yeah, I wore the brace all night, and it actually helped sort of stem the pain a little bit, but
I know this is probably a ways away, but one thing that you could add to your list of vintage engineering wants is maybe some kind of how to word it, organic paste or whatever that can be used for fuel, or like a base for a fuel. Because we've got just tons of meat, tons of fat, and that's not an uncommon thing in our playthroughs.
How?
Biofuel nuggets.
Well, that's biofuel nuggets sounds appetizing. One of the ideas, I was talking with Rinley from QP Tech. He's the one behind like the Greg Tech version of QP Tech recipes. So he wants to do like a Greg Tech version of vintage engineering, which I'm like, go for it. I basically built the mod in order to support that. Like, it's all supported, but so one of the things that I was talking about with him is biodiesel, right? The whole biodiesel thing. There are various Minecraft mods that add very similar things to that. So biodiesel would be a kind of a renewable, like a form of biodiesel from plants or whatever, could be a renewable form of fuel that you could use. And so I would fold that idea in with biodiesel, and add refining recipes. I don't know how you would do it.
And in YouTube chat, you might have saw the message I put, but somebody has a question. They haven't actually asked.
I see question, but I don't see a question.
Yeah.
Oh.
You might be typing it out. Might be a long one, or just
Yeah,
having trouble.
yeah, whatever. I mean, just pop it in there. Yeah, the
Pop the
biodiesel, I think you could probably create a recipe for like grinding. You add like a generic recipe where you put any plant material, any crop, any meat, put it through a grinder, and then grind it into a single item, like organic pulp or something like that. Make it up, like is whatever.
And then the amount you get depends on
the amount you get depends on what you put in, right? So red meat would be better than bush meat, etc. And from the organic pulp, you could either ferment that in a barrel or whatever, and whatever that made. and then from that you make diesel, right? You put the organic pulp in a barrel with some ingredient, like make it up. I don't some sort of catalyst. I don't know. Chemistry. I'm not a chemist, and I avoided chemistry going through school like nothing else. It's the only science that I was not interested in at all. All the other sciences I love.
Weird.
All of them I love. Astronomy, earth science, everything. I love all the sciences except for chemistry. There was just too much rote memorization in chemistry. Memorize the periodic table. Memorize chemical bonds and covalent bonds. And I was not interested in the ins and outs of how chemistry works. I just was not interested. In what was it? 8th grade, my science class, one of the sections we did was chemistry, and we had to memorize the periodic table. And I was just like not into it. I didn't the rote memorization of a giant piece of information like that, and then to be tested on it, and it's just like it's so stupid for whatever. So from then on, I was not interested in chemistry, and I avoided it. I'd never had another chemistry class ever. But I mean, I know some things about it. I'm not a newbie when it comes to how the world works. So, but I don't know the ins and outs of like what you would use as a catalyst to organic matter to extract the sugars or to digest it into sugars. I don't know how metabolism works in terms of like what are the nitty gritty details of what bonds with what to turn it into sugar. Because everything you eat in your body turns to sugar at some point. The body has mechanisms to turn everything into sugar because that's the base. It's the base fuel for your body, which is why your blood sugar levels are so important.
I don't know. There's a difference between organic chemistry and inorganic chemistry, and the chemistry that I got in high school was inorganic, and I wasn't really too interested in that. I like I like biochemistry and biology and that kind of thing when I was in high school.
Right. Well, the organic chemistry builds off of the lessons from chemistry.
Yeah, I know.
Because I mean, a bond is a bond between two molecules, regardless of what it's in, whether it's a star or whether it's a body. My older brother had an organic chem class in college. And my older brother is not a dumb person. My older brother majored in computer science and math. He has a computer science degree and a math degree. And he struggled like crazy in his organic chem class. Like it just never clicked. It just never clicked for him. And so I was in high school at the time when he was in that class, and I was like, no thanks, I'm checking out of that. I'd rather do my geology, biology, like I'd rather do those kind of sciences rather than chemistry. So as far as like in the game, what you would use, I sort of genericize it. You make it understandable. You make it like, oh, this is okay, relatively simple, but the ingredients that you use, you have to go out and find, and you kind of mix it up that way. But for me, it's like taking organic stuff, grinding it up into a unified item. So whether it's grain or meat, whatever, grinding it into like organic pulp, a single item, and then taking that and combining that with, say, something else. I don't even know what you would catalyze it with, and then having that turn into biodiesel, because that way you could automate it in a machine down the road. You could make a distillery, you could make a refinery, you could make all of that uses those recipes. And that's kind of where I'm going with vintage, is the lower tier machines are going to be, slow and limited, and the upper echelon of machines are just going to be crazy. very, very capable. That's a lot of salt.
Yep. Curing some meat.
Wow.
Takes twice as much salt as it does.
Wow. That's a lot of salt.
Yep. Man, that's like a meal's worth and a half for me.
I try to be limited in my salt because it's really bad for your heart. So,
Yeah. Well, I have borderline low blood pressure.
well, that doesn't mean you should douse your everything in salt. It will come back to haunt you. Let me
I
trust
don't
me.
necessarily go that overboard.
Oh,
I mean, it's mostly a joke.
mostly.
It's mostly. Oh, but Jay actually asked his question.
All right. Well, let me see. What program would someone use to model for this project? Modeling is your passion. There is a vintage story model creator. That was what you should start. I think there's a tangential way of getting like Blender objects via some voodoo magic in the game. That's not necessarily like what you want to do. The VS model editor is what you want to use. That'll get you introduced to the model system, how it works, the animation system. Everything in the game is made. All of the models, including all the animals, everything in the game is made in that model editor. All the vintage engineering stuff is all made in that. The textures, you can do all the textures in there. It's a very, very good system. And basically, Tyrone, he took a Minecraft version of it. There was a Minecraft model editor that somebody made many years ago. And Tyrone basically forked that and turned it into the visual vintage story model editor. And now it's, many, many years later and a lot of customization later. But it does everything that you need it to do. But yeah, everything in the game uses, all the models in the game used that as the model editor. And you can just open the shape files from the base game. Like, if you're relatively informed on that, you can learn it pretty well. It's pretty intuitive, which is a big thing in my book. Something being intuitive. But yeah, the VS Model Creator, and if you want to know where that is, I would say look at the wiki, the Vintage Story wiki, and then it's on there somewhere. If you go down to modding and you go to like model editor or whatever, there should be a link. It's on the GitHub. They update it periodically. It's not super frequent, but yeah, they update it periodically. Add features here or there, fix bugs.
Good that it ties in with Blender. Blender is an amazing program.
Yeah, and I know Quentin said there's a way to get OBJ files into Vintage Story, but you have to basically buy. Why is there's a rooster in the reeds over here? How did you get into the reeds, Mr. Rooster?
That's probably a Gen 1 or a Gen 0 even. So it must have somehow teleported through the fence. Because yeah, they really want in the farm. It looks like going forward, if we want want chickens, then it'd be pretty easy. Just set out a feeder for them. Yeah, we'll just kill him.
Having chicken tonight. So yeah, the OBJ way of getting models into the game, you kind of have to bypass the texturing system, and while it's possible and doable, you have to be careful because with the way the textures in the game work, they're shared amongst many different blocks. So one, like this texture of this oak fence, right, is like the same texture used in this oak paneling, these oak planks. So it's used in many, many places, which saves you texture atlas space, right? It saves you having to have, 16,000 unique textures in the game where they all share the same texture. So when you do a model editor via the model creator, you can add textures and you can map all the textures and all the faces and all that kind of stuff with all the base game textures. Whereas if you do like an OBJ file or a UV unwrapped model, you can't reuse those textures, or not very easily. So I always try to conform to what the base game, any game that I'm modding, I try to conform to whatever the base game does. Because going outside of that is not necessarily super supported. Okay, you guys have a nice day in stream. Thanks you, Ray. Hopefully that answered your question, as long-winded as it was. Oh, breadfruit. Breadfruit died. Oh.
Yeah, that one died a long time ago, actually. I just have it there as a marker for what I need to plant there, should we find more.
Because that's what we need. We need more fruit, please. Yeah, well, this would be great. This sort of orchard would be great for a biodiesel setup. Because you can imagine how much fruit we're going to get out of this once all these trees are mature.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be extremely high.
Like 60 per tree?
Yeah, like
that.
crazy amount. So you imagine turning that fruit juice, because you're going to have to squeeze it all. That's another machine I haven't thought of as a mechanical or like a powered squeezer. So I'm kind of not looking forward to that sort of thing, because as simple as the fruit press looks, right? As simple as that block is, when you look at the code, it is anything but simple. That is a monstrous amount of code to make that fruit press actually work. Because it's not one block, it's two blocks. It's the bottom and it's the top. Not only that, but you have a space for a bucket underneath. So there's a bucket that just renders in when you put a bucket under it. And there's the stuff that you put into the fruit press, right? So you right click stuff inside of it that have to render, because you see it when it's inside of there. And then there's an animation that plays when you right click the top. And the top isn't really there, but it's kind of there, but it's sort of there, but it's not really there. And so it's like that block is immensely complicated, and replicating even a portion of the functionality of that block is, I've kind of stayed away from it for now, because I'm like, I don't really know, but eventually I'm going to have to do it. I'm pretty sure the powered version is going to be a multi-block. So in immersive engineering, they had the squeezer. It was a multi-block. I think it was a 3x3x2, or some sort of derivative of 3x3x3. No, it wasn't a full block, but it was the block space itself. Still haven't figured out how we're gonna do that. Multi-blocks as far as like wiring them up. I'm pretty sure when it comes to multi-blocks, I'm going to have to implement the relays to have relays pass power. But in watching, here's the thing about that now. One of the things I realized is in immersive engineering, he has relays just like I do, right? Dummy relays that they're just used to move to connect wires to, right? You don't hook them up to the machine. If you want to hook something up to a machine, he has a separate block. It's not a relay, it's like a relay connector. And that is what you put on the block for the machine to power it. So I when I saw that, I was like, oh, that I could do, right? If it's a separate thing, that way I don't have to mess with the relays, because the relays, those are not part of vintage engineering. The relays themselves are actually a part of the catenary mod. So it's a different mod where the relays come from. So the relay connectors would be more specific to my mod. So those would be part of vintage engineering. But those would allow you to pass power either into or out of the machine it's connected to. And I think that would be, as far as a multi-block goes, a little bit better. Not sure how we're going to do any of that yet. That's scary code. I'm kind of frightened with that code right now.
Alternatively, you could assign a single block, because it's going to be a multi-block thing, and you could have one dedicated power block, power interceptor block, or something like that.
Of the machine, or what do you mean?
Yeah, of the machine.
The machine. Here's how the system is going to work. I already know how it's going to work. I just have to program the damn thing, which is 90% of the work. So how it's going to work is you will craft the base block of whatever machine you're wanting, right? So let's talk about the squeezer. So the squeezer will have a base block. It'll be the controller block, let's say. Just make up whatever fluffy words you want. I don't care. Let's say it's a controller block. So the controller block is the first block, is the thing you actually craft. And when you place that block in the world, right, that block has all of the insane code for A, the machine itself, and B, the multi-block system. So that block, when you place it, one of the reasons why I'm doing it that way, because in immersive, you right-click a multi-block and it forms it, right? You have to right-click the proper block, and it forms the multi-block when you right-click like whatever block is highlighted. So you build it with dummy blocks, and then it forms the final thing. In my iteration, in order to make it a little bit more intuitive, you will craft the controller block, and that's the first block you place down, and it's always going to be the center block, the center bottom block in both axes. So the machines will have to be odd number of blocks. 1, 3, 5, 7. You have to have odd numbers, because the very center block is the controller block. And when you place that, it places it not only the orientation that you're looking. So that takes care of that problem, how to rotate the block depending on which direction you're looking. So that solves one problem already. But once you place that block, it already knows what it is. It knows that it's the squeezer, right? It already knows what it is. And defined in JSON will be all of the blocks and the pattern to make the multi-block. And this is where a lot of code comes from that I don't know yet on how to do. But it will, once you place it, highlight all of the blocks that you need to place in order to actually build the thing, right? Using the new mini dimension system. You will highlight all of the blocks in the orientation that it's facing, and you will place all of the regular blocks, whether it's an iron block, whether it's an industrial, I don't know, heavy or light engineering, like whatever blocks are required to craft the multi-block. And the controller block all along will track which blocks it's built and which isn't, right? It knows how itself should be built, and it will constantly be checking to see if it's completed. Because that's kind of code that I got from I learned from Fortress Craft. All the multi-blocks you build in Fortress Craft. Every time you build a block, it checks to see, hey, is this done? Right? Is the multi-block done? Every single block you play. So once the structure is built, right? Once you have all of the blocks, all the dummy blocks sort of placed in the right position, then it knows that it can form the finished multi-block. And what it does, what it's going to do, is it's going to swap the block, the controller block, the first one you place down, the very center block. It's going to swap that with a new block, which is the big machine, the single machine, the cool-looking machine that's big. Because in the model editor, you can make things that are bigger than the single block space that's highlighted, right? So in the model editor, when you load it up, it'll highlight a single block. Well, you can make things that are bigger than that. You don't have to only make things that are that block spot size. The caveat to that is your collision box can't be more than a block size, right? A single block's collision cannot be more than a block size. But how to get around that is how they do doors. And if we go over to Renegade's area here, we have these multi-block doors, right? So in the model editor, this door is a single thing, right? This door here is in the model editor as a 4x2 size door. Well, how then am I highlighting the door here, right? How is this happening? Well, that's happening because it's placing dummy blocks with collisions that point to the block that you place, right? So this bottom corner block is the actual block. All these other ones point to that one. And this is the block that actually controls everything. You know, when you right click up here, it's telling this block, hey, I right clicked. So this block handles it. The same thing for the machine. The blocks, when it swaps, it will be a big machine, but it will have dummy blocks inside of that with separate collision, right? There will be dummy blocks inside that will allow it to communicate with the outside world in some way, whether it's items, whether it's power, whether it's fluid. Those blocks will be special types to the dummy blocks that are surrounding it. But essentially blocks made of nothing, right? So if you look when they're open here, as soon as I close it, there'll be a collision box right here, but the animation hasn't played yet, right? So that collision box is placed, that dummy block is rotated around and is put there. So I can do this and then do that, and it right clicks that dummy block that's right there. And now the dummy block is actually there. You can see it. It's not even quite lined up with the door, because the game takes that dummy block and it just rotates it out this way. Because there's no in between, right? It's not gonna sweep that collision box around, because that's not how the game engine works. So I know in my head how these multi-blocks are going to work, right? I know in my head that it's possible because it's the same system that the door uses, right? The same system the door uses is how the multi-blocks are going to work. You're going to have a master block, and you're going to have a bunch of dummy blocks. And the dummy blocks are going to pass all of the data to the master block. I just have to make sure that there's a dummy block iteration of where the power goes. Just like immersive, there's going to be a specific place that you put the power on, and the dummy block that goes on is the one that's like, hey, communicating power to the actual main block. It's a pass through. Same with item movement, same with fluid movement. It is just mountain of code. It's an Everest-sized mountain of logic and code that have to be sort of organized and figured out in order to make that work. And it's a monumental task. It's going to take weeks of tinkering and figuring out how to do stuff, because it's the ins and outs of that system are going to be rough. I'm pretty sure. So it looks tin, bronze, copper. Let's go see if we have any more pumpkins sitting around.
Yeah, we've got. I was actually just gonna ask for pumpkins. They're down here. Do you want me to bring you some, or you head down? There you are. It's in the one behind the blueberry juice here.
Aha! I'll take 4 and make 4 more scarecrows. There's the reason why there's so many freaking chickens and stuff running around our base is the Night Watcher blocks wolves, and if wolves were spawning, wolves would have a field day with all the chickens running around our house right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the main reason. And it was funny because somebody posted a comment on the Night Watcher mod about that. They're like, it's fascinating that the game actually, if you have the Night Watcher that is blocking wolves, that come on, I can open it. That nature responds because there's no predators in the area. It responds, and the rabbit and chicken population skyrockets. Because the wolves aren't around it. And it's like, yeah. I didn't even think about that before, but that's what made me think about it is now. Is like, yeah, there's no wolves around, so that's why there's so many chickens and rabbits trying to get into our farm. Because the wolves wouldn't care about the farm. They would care about all the chickens and the rabbits around.
Yeah.
They'd be well fed wolves.
Along with the whole fuel thing, there's also the aquavite. And rather than make that one just like a straight up fuel, is there a way to just like do a boosted or something like that, boosted mode where you add the aquavite as a fuel conditioner or something like that, which would technically just be a secondary slot, and then you get like boosted output or something.
Well, aquavite, the item code is alcohol portion, so that's what it is. Alcohol.
Yeah.
Here, I don't know what we would do about that. I mean, you could add a patch to aquavite to add combustible props, which would turn it into fuel.
Yeah.
Combining it with, like, I don't know, because biodiesel is it's not a fluid like gasoline. Diesel is like it's like tantamount to the frying oil.
Yeah.
That you fry your French fries in.
Which is why French fry based biodiesel was so popular for a while there.
Right, when gas prices are super high, it accelerates renewable like biodiesel thing. So I don't know if you would have, because biodiesel, the way that I would do biodiesel is there'd be a certain pathway to biodiesel, right? Corn syrup, fermentation or something, and biodiesel, or plant seed oil. You know, basically all of the stuff that you shouldn't ever eat goes into biodiesel. The regular food, right? If you've got bread or meat and you're kind of processing that, I would say more in that, not biodiesel but biogas. Like it would be a slightly different process but a slightly different fuel source. Whether it's better or worse than biodiesel, that's who cares. But you know, having multiple paths and having a thing. So like, I would say the fruit juice to alcohol, would that be considered a diesel? Is that considered biodiesel? Pure like sugar alcohol? Like I don't even know what defines biodiesel. Because I know you can use used fry oil. Yeah, it has to be used because regular stuff that has too much water in it, so it has to be used. So you get oil, fry oil. That's a biodiesel. But I think biodiesel is also like sugar, like if you use just alcohol. Because it reminds me of Back to the Future Part 3 when they pour a bunch of like high-end like whiskey into the car to try to start the car.
Yeah. I just love the part where it shoots apart out the exhaust.
Yeah. Yeah, the engine did not like that. I don't know. Were the DeLoreans diesel vehicles like from the start?
No.
So they were gas. Yeah, Aquavitae. I don't even know what is it used for in the game.
Bandages.
Oh, why does that not show up in the handbook? That's weird.
You gotta do something tricky to be able to. Yeah. Okay. So search for bandage or just BAND and it should pop up. And then there's alcohol-soaked bandage.
Ah, yeah. Jug of Aquavitae. 0.2 liters. 0.2 liters.
Yeah, I like how you can use basically any container in the crafting grid, and it just looks at the contents of it.
Right. It's just in the JSON. It's just looks like fluid container props or something like that. It's just a thing that it looks for, anything that contains fluid, and then it just looks at the fluid. It doesn't matter what it is that contains the fluid. It's just the fact that it does.
Yeah.
I think it's watertight container props. Watertight. But yeah, the number of directions that vintage can go. It's just this giant field of like, ooh, we could do this, we could do this, we could do this. And you know, I've tried over the last 9 months not to lose myself into that like thought process, because it's like the amount of work that goes into any given machine. You know, I once I got all the machines, like once I got the framework done, there's machines like it took, let me give you an idea, 8 months to get the generator and the metal press working. 8 months. Let that sink in for a second. Get the generator and the metal press wired together and working. Took 8 months. To get this forge, which was the last major thing I implemented, to get this forge working, the UI, including the GUI, the block, the block entity, all of the functionality, hour and a half. 8 months, hour and a half. This is why it took 8 months to get this machine working, and to get the 8 months it took this machine to work allowed me to get this machine working in an hour and a half. So once I have the system in place, the infrastructure, like for that first multi-block, right? That first multi-block is going to be several months of work to get that working right and tested and everything. The next one might take a day, right? Once I have the infrastructure done, the next one, it's just like prototyping and manufacturing in the real world, right? The prototype, like the CEO of NVIDIA, they just revealed a new processor, a $90,000 processor for AI systems. And he was asked, like, how much it cost. And he said, well, the first one was $10 billion in R&D to make the first one. The next one took like a couple $100. Right? So that same sort of process happens in coding, especially in modding. The first one is always a nightmare to implement when you do it. So the first multi-block, which will be the creosote oven, is going to be a nightmare of figuring out how everything works. And I have to do it because I need to understand it. I need to visualize it. I need to figure it out. I can't have somebody else just walk in and be like, "Here's the code," because it's a lot harder for me to work to learn that way. So once I have the first one done, I'll be able to start plugging them in pretty fast after that. I still have some blocks to finish. I want to get. I still want to sort of have some familiar blocks from Immersive, the heavy and light engineering block. We've already got metal blocks. That's taken care of. The scaffolding block I want to do. The metal bars I've already got done. So rather than using my metal fence, the metal fences that we have like up there, that's from my random things mod. The metal bars here I actually did as part of Vintage. So these bars will take the place of the metal fence from Immersive, like the little, all of the weird things you make with fences. But those can be from Vintage because I added a recipe for those. And I took them off of being hidden by the handbook. So if we do iron fence, right? These were actually hidden from the handbook. So I unhid the east-west iteration of all of these. So you have the segment, and then you have the top, which the top is it's actually a little decorative. It has a little decorative twist on the top of it. But yeah, the iron fence. This one, iron fence. This is from my random things mod. It's the thicker. It's basically the regular fence model with different textures, but this one is the iron bars. And it's made from metal rods that you make from the extruder. So it's already built in to use it. So that's what I'll use to make the multi-blocks. That's at least what I'll look for. Oh,
Wow, that's sad. I made some soup. So it was 2 portions of vegetable, water, and then I figured, well, let's just add some eggs to it too, because that's one of the ingredients get do. And it ends up being 240 vegetable and 200 protein.
oh wow.
Mushrooms are pretty worthless when it comes to satiety.
You know we have an electric kiln, right? Or are you just like doing a thing? I don't know.
It's more, I keep forgetting they're there.
Ooh. A little obsidian in here. Nice. Eh?
Yeah, that's my first iteration. I don't like it.
Yeah, for how much work it is to even cook, I think I'm just gonna leave the mushrooms out to just be eaten. They're that bad. I mean, it's only a difference of 20 from 80 for a mushroom as opposed to 100 for regular vegetables. But then, of course, you compare it to cabbage, which is 300.
Mm-hmm.
And I think pumpkin is similar.
I just thought of another great ingredient for biodiesel.
Oh.
Honey.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine a mechanical squeezer pumping out massive amounts of honey and then putting that through a digester refinery thing. And just the sheer amount of fuel that you could get out of honey. Because honey is very, very compact amounts of sugar. um, let's see, 200. Okay, basalt. Let's see all the little things that we can make from basalt. Polished basalt. The thing that Minecraft does really well is there's a lot of variations of blocks for Minecraft. That work really well together. When I'm watching people build the videos that I'm watching, there's a lot of subtle variation in texture, in color. So you think like tuff. You know, tuff makes a really good base for a concrete-looking cement build, like the gray. Well, tuff in this game, if I can type right, my poor wrist. Tuff, for some reason, in this iteration, is like brown. And I don't even know, I've never even seen tuff. I don't even know where it appears. It looks like tough volcanic rock is what it's named. I've never seen it. I don't even know if it spawns. So it's not like nice gray. So like the rock types that we have, I wish that we had similar rock types in color. That way you could kind of learn to build by mimicking some Minecraft, right? You see somebody build something in Minecraft, converting that into vintage would be a lot easier if we had rock types that were very, very similar, especially in color. So granite is your closest in color, but it's got, it's not gray. There's definitely different colors inside granite. So it doesn't make for a good concrete looking block. And then the brick types, the slabs, everything has borders on it. So it's, the polished rock has this like border going around the outside. And right now, at least, there's not really a system in the game for connected textures. I mean, there is, but I don't think anything uses it.
What about plaster?
Plaster is really, really bright white. That's what the top of my house is made from.
Looks kind of bluish.
So
Plain plaster looks kind of bluish to me, though.
it's been a while. I mean, the house I grew up in had all plaster walls, but that was all painted too, so it's kind of a bad example. I mean, the granite in Minecraft is like an orangey red, right? So I've seen a lot of builds use that. We have bauxite that's orangey red, but I don't know. It's almost like they went out of their way to make the blocks, to make the rock in vintage not at all comparable to the ones in Minecraft. Right? We don't have a stone. We don't have a gray stone. It doesn't exist. Which is understandable. Vintage is more realistic, more like based on nature. But it still would be nice to have at least a rock type that was tantamount to like a stone or a smooth stone. That way, people that have struggle with building can look at a Minecraft build and be like, oh, I could replicate that. That's something. We have bricks. Suavite, kimberlite is bluish. Suavite is, it's got crazy textures in it. But you have like dry stone, white marble dry stone, Suavite ashlar blocks. And then you have brick layers that adds the smaller bricks iteration. So there's one set. Believe it or not, with this mod pack that we have, which mainly is like brick layers, is the main like thing that adds block types. There's 16,000 block types in this mod pack. So that's a lot. And to still struggle with blocks, it's kind of amusing to me.
Yeah, it's that it doesn't matter how much there is, there's still never enough.
Yeah, almost. 3. And then Scarecrow is the hat. That's right. I need to do the hat. Scarecrow, pumpkin, and a hat. There's 4 more scarecrows. All right. I think the radius on these are about 64 blocks or so. Let's put another one. Right here. One more. Over here. Get out of here, chickens! Away with you.
You know, one of the more bothersome things about that, anytime a chicken dies, it leaves its corpse, and then you even if you cut up the corpse or just let it decompose, the bones will displace any grass that's on
Yeah,
those tops.
I just picked up some bone and it was cleared away. The scarecrows do not seem to work for the chickens.
Strange.
Yeah, this chicken is like roaming in here. Maybe I should pick up the night watcher for a little while and get the wolves to come in and be like call the herd.
And we have somebody in chat that just posted a smiley face, Manticore.
Smiley face, yeah. Only hares and raccoons. Okay. So the chicken issue. I guess chickens aren't afraid of scarecrows? I don't even know. Like,
Which is strange because crows are a fairly intelligent species compared to a lot of animals. Not as smart as ravens, but that's because essentially ravens are just evolved crows.
how does that deal with chicken?
Well, compared, I mean, I think chickens, as far as intelligence go, are pretty low.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Any major domesticated animal is gonna. We've sort of bred out the instinct. If you've ever been around a farm cow,
Yeah.
those things have. There's nothing going on behind those eyes. Let's see.
For chickens, I think I mentioned this one to you before. Was it Ed the Headless Chicken? I'm probably wrong. It's a famous case where somebody was slaughtering a chicken and it didn't fall down right away, so he just let it go. Checked on it later, and it's still alive.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It survived for several days without a head.
Years.
Years, really? No.
Yep.
Years?
Yeah. I can look it up. I'll find the specifics. Mike the Headless Chicken. 18 months.
Jesus.
And the only reason it died is because when they were feeding it, because they had to, drip the or drop the grain into its throat, and then drops of water. But yeah, it had enough of the most of his brain stem remained intact, according to the Wikipedia page. But yeah, that was enough for it to. Boy, it's hard to say alive because I don't think it would have much higher brain function. But it was enough for its body to still move around and do stuff. And I'm sure that's one of those cases where, you know, trying to duplicate it would be 1,000,000,000 to 1. It would take a very talented surgeon, and even then, they...
Kind of reminds me of Nearly Headless Nick from Harry Potter.
Yeah?
Didn't quite do the job.
Sorry if that got too morbid to anybody in the audience.
So I picked up the Night Watcher. See what happens. That thing has been up for so long.
Release the hounds.
Yeah, there's a big group of chickens over here just waiting. Oh, where are the wolves at?
Probably to the west. They like the forests. Southwest here probably still has some, because I think it was just far enough away from the Night Watcher that they could spawn.
Alright, let's go see if these things are done grinding, because it's amazing how far away I can hear these.
Come on, Wolfie, follow me.
I'm still hearing it. Game. Oh my god. There's a bug. That's a bug and a half. I'm still hearing the grinding sound, even though those are all off. The whole point of turning those off was so I didn't have to hear that sound anymore. Yeah, so I'm thinking this other building, we're gonna go a little darker. Andesite and basalt. Think. Not 100% sure. Yeah, one feature I really wish Tyrone would work on for this game would be a way way to use the handbook similar to how you use JEI in Minecraft, where you have the recipe, you can look up the recipe, and then you like shift click a button and it automatically populates your crafting grid. That is like, you have no idea that feature in Minecraft, you get so used to it. You know, if any Minecraft players out there, that feature has been around for so long, it's almost ubiquitous now for like JEI. But when you play a game that doesn't have that, where you have to actually drag and populate the crafting grid every time, you realize just how useful of a feature it is to be able to do that automatically.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, it's a nice feature. All right, we have enough andesite. Let me grab.
You know, you mentioned you heard a grinding sound. That might have been the water on the windows. Rain on the windows sound.
Nope, it's definitely. I'm standing right next to those Um, those kerns up there, the sound is coming from the kerns. So,
Oh, okay. I thought you were in the engineering area.
nope.
And I just let a chicken out of there.
Oh,
The other one is after you're done with the bloomeries and they keep firing. Still sounds like there's fire going on.
Oh.
After you're done.
Yeah, I don't hear the current going.
yeah, I'm sure it's a client server desync thing.
Yeah. I heard you engage it and then disengage it, but it didn't. Oh,
No,
that was death.
I hear it too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Well, that's okay then. We can just blame death.
Okay.
Get out of here, chickens! Out! Away with you!
I lured a wolf closer, but the problem is he's on the other side. And he probably ran away by now, back to his home.
Okay, so here we do a how do we want to do this? I want to go 3 high or 2 high? I think I want to go. Oh yeah, the crash bug that we've been experiencing, that bug was first time that bug was reported back in February 2nd, and there have been, I think, 5 more duplicate bug reports of the exact same bug, and it has nothing to do with any mods. It literally, there are people that crash while they're just like out walking in a forest. They just boom crash out of nowhere with that exact same entity rendering crash. So it is a base game bug, base game crash bug. So it's probably one of those that is so random that's like what could be causing this, right? There more data is needed in order to track something like that down.
Yeah, things like that are a nightmare to try and track down.
Mm-hmm. I think what I want to do here.
Here's a wolf. Here, Wolfie.
Do that, and I'll have something inside of there. Can you cook up a whole bunch more batches of mortar? Since you've got all the barrels. We should have plenty of things and stuff. Should have plenty of gravel. I think it's
I
gravel.
cooked up some mortar. It's over in my place. Where did I put it? It's in one of my chests.
Let's see, what kind of door do I want?
Ray likes the looks of the grounded pound.
Yeah, the ground and pound. Yeah, that was Buggy's ground and pound. I mean, yeah, I could do a ton more stuff to the outside, but trying to go for a sort of an early industrial looking building sort of thing. I could, chisel the edges sort of like I did over here, make it look weathered and worn. It's just the amount of time it takes to do that kind of stuff. In Minecraft, detail is built with blocks, right? In order to get detail, you switch up the block types, you switch up the block textures. That's how you get detail in Minecraft. In Vintage, about 50% or so of your detail comes from the blocks and the colors and the texture. The other 50% of the detail comes from chiseling. And that can make or break, right? So if you look at this facade here, you would be like, oh, wow, look at all that detail. Well, this is all chiseled. Like all these treatments around my windows and stuff, these are all chiseled. Like, it's all chiseled stuff. So the amount of detail that you can get from the chisel system in the game is amazing. It just takes so much time to do anything.
Oh, I found oil.
Okay, and then this will be my... Oh yeah, I was looking at doors. We have some bigger doors now. 3 tall door walnut. 3 tall door redwood. That might be a good contrast. I think the doors that Renegade has, those were stolen from somewhere. Pretty sure. Yeah, these are 2x4 gate. But Gatekeeper's Blueprint allows you to make a bunch of stuff. Rusted Heavy Gate 2x4. Wow, that's actually, that is a pricey, but it's got a giant gear in the middle. That'll be a 2x4 gate. That would be cool. 1x3, that would be even better, I think. I think the 1x3 would be what I would want to go with. Yeah, I like the gear in there as well. So we need Gatekeeper's Blueprint, nails and strips, and a bunch of the broken metal thingies. Okay, let me go over here. We should have lots of it right here. And we should have the Gatekeepers somewhere in. There it is. And then the nails and strips. So there. One of those. One of those. Finally, a use for these metal scraps. I've been grinding them up. We got 2 stacks of rusty or crushed rusty metal. That's 64. That's 4 stacks of the regular stuff and things. Let me grab the mortar. 4 stacks of mortar for future brickwork. And then coming over here, the floor. 1, 2, 3, and then do that. And then do the door thing. Oh. What? This door cannot be opened by hand.
Too heavy.
What? How are you supposed to open it? What? How are you supposed to open it? Okay. Well, what's the Quentin, if you're watching, what's the point of crafting those doors if you can't use them? You know, rather than burn them in the fire, I'm just gonna put them in here for now, and see what other types of doors we can make. So I'm guessing the rusted heavy gate 2x4 is going to be another one that's not going to be openable. Gate. 2x4 gate. I don't really want a 2 wide. I don't want a 4 wide door for this. I don't think a 4 wide door building. 4 wide door would be good for this. And I don't see any alternate. Yeah, these are the 2x2 gates. Is there a 2x3? There's 2x4. Well, let's do a single 2x4 out of, yeah, aged. That might be good. I need 2 nails and strips. I can put away the gatekeeper's thingy-magoodle. Go to our aged thing here and grab like 2 logs. And then go up to our sawmill. Maybe, possibly, see if this recipe is in. Yep. Aged boards. Yeah, like I said, everything is automatable with chutes, so there's just enough time to empty these things. See if 32 is enough. And then I need a nails and strips. Ah. Oh. Wait, what? 2x2 gate, aged. What about the 2x4 gate? 2x gate. Oh, it was a 2x2 gate. Never mind. 2x2, 2x4. So it looks like there's not a 2x4 aged. Oh no, there is. Oh, that's gonna need 10. Holy smokes. 10 of the thingies. Okay, and I think exactly 32 boards. Well, I'm really glad I made 32 boards. Over here? In the middle? What the... Gate. 2x4 aged. Oh. There we go. Yay! Now, what are the odds that I'll be able to actually open this one? Doo-doo-doo-doo. This is a 2x4, so I need to remove these. Wait. Not enough space. There we go. And then that with a little bit of this. There we go. I'm gonna need some more space. Excuse me, sir. Don't I still have the... Yep. So I just discovered, that the man, my voice. The shears have the same issue as the scythe. When you pick it up, it doesn't restore the...
Yeah, I guess that's unsurprising since they're similar in many ways.
Yeah, it's basically very, very similar code base when I built them. I'm gonna need some dirt over here, but I can just dig up the dirt. I do have a shovel.
Oh wow, look at that. I don't think I ever noticed that before. We actually have, what would that be, cumulonimbus clouds? To the southeast. And lightning accompanied with it, that's unsurprising.
Oh yeah, the different cloud types, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I guess for some reason I just never paid attention to that.
Chickens, why? Why do you like this area so much? There's
Yeah, strange. There has to be something in their algorithm that has like preferences for areas, but what could it be? Thinking logically, they should be attracted to grass because grass would have bugs and...
Well, I think it's the farm. I think it's like there's just hard-coded things about the farms that just attracts the little creatures, the rabbits and the chickens, because it's like, oh, look at all this grain, look at all whatever. Like, it doesn't matter what you're growing in the farm.
Yeah.
They just all want to be near the farm because they think that they're going to be able to. Because if you didn't have a fence, they would actually break the crops, right? If a rabbit got into the thing, it would actually like do damage to the farm. So, yeah, that is a thing. Let's do this out here. Oh my god, stupid freaking flowers. There's flowers. There's just way too much of this heather flower.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh my god, he's back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So what do you want to stream for, like, your last stream, Renegade? Like...
Oh god, I don't know.
Because he's, you know...
That's too much thinking.
Takes too much thinking.
Yeah, it's too much thinking. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, in the beginning, I start work Wednesday,
Yeah, so you're gonna miss
Um,
Wednesday, but next Saturday you're gonna be around, and I think that's it. You're dying after that or something. I don't know what happens to you, but you disappear.
Yeah, 27th is when the Saturdays start. In the beginning, I should be okay getting in on Wednesdays late, like the second half of the stream. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it.
Because I know that they're making progress with the Dyson Sphere multiplayer mod, so that could possibly be something we try. I know that they've been working on it.
Planet Crafter's also gone co-op.
Yeah, Planet Crafter. Yeah, I think they did
Up to
something.
10 players.
Wow.
Did you see that? I don't know how many of you guys own Planet Base, the game Planet Base. The developers actually started updating that game again. That game is like 8 years old. Like, it's so old. I played it on the channel years ago, and they were like, they just put out an update for it, and they're like, well, we just finished our last project, and got us thinking about this one again, and they put out an update for it. I was like, what? That's unprecedented for a company to do that. It's like,
I don't know. I think they just go through periods of like, they get a contract, and it's like, okay, well, we got to do this contract, and
but
they just put something off to the side and come back to it later.
But Planet Base was done. I mean, it was long ago done, and yeah, I never expected them to update that again. But yeah, they came out with an update. It's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna need so many.
Yarn, I found a really
Oh, that is off by one.
plentiful thing of bountiful copper. Keeps going and going.
4.
And going and going.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I had seen that too about Planet Base, that they released that update, and it was a little surprising, but at the same time they're working on multiple games, and it's that kind of thing that sets indie devs apart, is that they're willing to work with their old games and improve them still. Whereas, like a AAA, they're done with you. They sold you your copy. We're done with you.
Oh yeah.
To a degree.
There's been a few of those. Thank you for your money, get lost.
Yep, pretty much.
Or give us more, like microtransaction, like shenanigans.
Yeah, and loot boxes and stuff like that. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna need another set of things for.
I went out looking for copper and I found it. Lots and lots and lots.
Yeah, Oxygen Not Included is only now just revisiting the idea of DLCs, because people are still playing Oni, and they have to justify the expense of still updating the game. So I totally understand paid DLCs, but it's surprising that they waited till this long.
Well, that game was more or less a pretty big success. I mean, they've probably sold
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of copies of it.
I just gotta figure out how I got in here.
1, 2, 2, 3, 4. I want to do just 3 deep. I think that's probably good enough.
There it is.
Hammer, chisel, these, and these. Okay. So then we have 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Oh.
I think I mentioned this to Buggy, but I don't know if anybody else is interested. We actually broke the Generation 10 barrier for sheep now.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've ever done that.
You know,
Wow.
and as Buggy made the joke, a lot of them are really starting to look like me.
Yeah.
They're your babies?
Multi-generation babies too.
Yeah, when my
Nickel.
younger brother,
Nice.
I should say my youngest brother, they had their baby about a month ago, and they started posting pictures of it, like all that, and he came, he came out and said, he's like, because they had a girl, and he came out and said, "Man, she looks just like me." And I commented, I was like, "Well, let's hope that wears off."
Yeah.
Because he's a younger brother, you got to give him shit all the time. Like you can't let him off the hook just because he had a kid. Like he's still the youngest
Of course.
brother.
What do I need nickel for? Oh, I think you need the copper nickel for the Jonas parts, right?
I mean, yeah, you need it for some of them. The night vision you do. I know you. That's why I had to make those ingots, because I made the night vision.
Night vision?
Yeah, night vision.
Should be in the handbook.
Night vision. I'll have to look that up.
Very, very green. But it works. I mean, it definitely lets you see all the things.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, speaking of the way it removes it doesn't so much brighten everything, it just removes lighting from the game, right? The night vision, that's the kind of variant it is.
I mean, it kind of removes the shadow.
Yeah,
If that's
yeah,
what you
shadow
mean.
is more appropriate. Whereas, a game like isn't it 7 days where it basically just increases the light level to extreme proportions and then turns everything green?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, if I remember right, that night vision was largely worthless.
Yeah.
They never did fix that, did they?
They fix stuff? That company was not interested in fixing things.
Yeah, they'd rather
They
make a
just
new
kept
thing that does.
adding and changing and adding and changing.
Yeah, they never really went back. I mean, I'll never understand their mentality, but I don't know how many new tree models you can add before the customer base is just like, oh, just come on, like finish the damn game. And now they started stealing modder works and integrating them into the base game with little or no acknowledgement of the modder's work, and it's just like,
And probably no changes.
and yeah, and that's recipe for mass abandonment of your product when you start screwing modders over like that. Like, these people were not only fixing bugs that were in the game, but they were also like carrying players, making players still engaged with the product. And if you start alienating all your modders, they stop updating the mods. And if they stop updating the mods, then players will leave the product and it will just stagnate after that.
Well, I told you about that one mod that they're still doing stuff for. Just amazing what they're doing.
Yeah, there's a couple mods for that game that are a ton of work. Like, these guys put in countless hours into these mods, like Darkness Falls and stuff, and it's just like, for the company to not even really acknowledge that, and then to steal some of that work and then put it into the game without any real acknowledgement. It's just, and I know for a fact that I would just be like, all right, that's it for me. Like, I would just completely shut it all down at that point.
Yeah.
All right, I think the entire inside is closed. Good.
In the snow.
Ooh.
What do you think is the better floor texture? I'm going to be adding interesting things to the floor. I don't want the texture too busy because I'm going to be carving it up, adding some little light features and stuff. But
Probably the polished. Looking at the screen. Because yeah, it's a little more complicated than just the normal, but at the same time the normal has so many weird variations that it's almost distracting. Whereas the polished is polished.
yeah, it's the normal is kind of lighter.
Yeah, I'd go polished.
All right, that's easy enough to do.
There.
Oh, I wish you could convert these back into stone some way, shape, or form. These bricks. Oh, can't do that. Oh, you could. That might be something I look into. Okay.
That's right, one of your machines actually cooks bread, doesn't it?
Bread? No. No,
Oh,
I don't
okay.
do anything with food. Not yet, anyway.
Alright.
That's a whole different nightmare.
Yeah. I remember you talking about it. I had assumed you were delving into it.
Yeah.
But you know what?
It's basically like, yeah, low temperature stuff, and I was dealing in really high temperature, like that kiln gets really, really hot. So it's not really an appropriate machine for making bread, because bread, you don't want your oven to make bread getting to 1100 degrees. That'd be a bad. I mean, you'd bake the bread in about 30 seconds at that temperature, but it would be super doughy in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know
Ugh,
why I'm
barf.
wanting that, but I got it.
If I do this, then that, then that. Let's go see. I can turn these, get this salt here, do this, then that, and then that. Convert that back a little bit at a time. Wow, okay, so let's go there, there. And then convert that back to stone. Actually, it's not really giving me a net. Okay, never mind. Let's not do that, because it was giving me back the stone, but it wasn't giving me extra stone. So, oops.
You still need mortar?
I
I
am
mixed some.
probably, maybe.
But yeah, we're at 2663.
Oh.
2663.
Yep. 2,663.
Oh wow.
I had mixed some up. I know you said you had some, but I figured
I do.
I'd mix up a bit.
I have like 2 stacks of mortar.
Ah,
Not that much mortar. Jesus. Wow.
Well, I go through, yeah, when I make brick, I go through 64 at a time. So it's like,
yeah, it goes quick.
it does go very, very fast.
Okay.
I mixed up some cassava bread because we had some leftover cassava. I know rice is better, but gotta do something with that cassava flour.
How much? 4,000. Okay.
Oh, wow, I'm going through a lot.
Man, it takes a while to get all these ewes to eat enough. But, I mean, I've got 10 ewes, and each of them has to eat 10 portions before they can get pregnant. So that's 100 servings. And, what is it? 8 grass per serving. So 800 grass just to get them all to mate. And then I think the rams take 1 each too.
Should not have made this much andesite. Wow.
Huh, that wolf must have wandered off. I drew a wolf to the hen house, but I don't know, maybe the chickens ganged up and killed him. That's something that you surprisingly don't see often in nature. I mean, you see a lion take down a gazelle and there's just this huge herd of them. You would think that they would kind of smarten up and go, "Hey, lion, there's a couple more of us here."
I mean, some animals do. Elephants do that. Elephants
Yeah,
will ring themselves to protect their young.
elephants are a very intelligent species as far as it goes, though.
Right. So it's, it takes a certain amount of like evolutionary sort of pressure to turn animals into things that will defend themselves, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably like a specific part of the brain that has to reach a certain level of development before. Which I suppose, thinking about that, that's a pretty obvious statement, but
Self-defense.
yeah.
Hmm.
Or more, knowing when to pick your battle kind of thing. Trees are starting to come in. Larch.
It's so funny how, like, Bricklayers, the mod, yes, it adds another level of brick blocks, the smaller brick blocks. But the vast majority of blocks that it adds is glass. Like, the number of different kinds of glass in this list, all added by bricklayers. Like, you should have split this out to a different mod. The glass and the brick. Because it's like, I don't need smoky violet glass slab. I don't know of a use for it at all.
He thinks that it's going to take a while.
Yeah, that's one unfortunate thing, is that every color and every texture variant requires a different brick.
Well, it's a different block code. So it's like,
Yep.
You know, look at it. Block dash bricklayers colon glass slab color dash opaque dash red dash down dash free. So it's like, that's one, right? Down free. There are iterations of this that you don't see in the handbook, right? That are every other orientation. So this one is down. So there is an up, north, east, south, west variant on this. And then this one, the free, God only knows what that means. So it's not just the blocks. When I say there's 16,000 blocks in this mod pack, that is why. Because you see this as one. Well, this is actually probably 16 different blocks. Because there's one for every orientation. Right? So an example would be my machines. So the vintage engineering machines orient themselves to how you are looking when you place them. And the way to do that is the block code. So you can see when I look at the kiln, there's a reason I print out the code. So that code you see at the top, I add that code because it's part of the debugging, right? A lot of that information is up there for debugging purposes. But that code, VE kiln-west, there's a north, there's an east, and there's a south version that are different blocks because it rotates the shape. The shape is rotated. So each of those blocks is separate. So that one machine is 4 different blocks multiplied by all of the machines with different orientations. And then the relays, and while the relays don't rotate around that axis, the relays you can place on any surface in any orientation. So that not only is that northeast, southwest, it's also up and down. So the relays are 6 different blocks. Just for a relay, it's 6 different blocks. Because when you look at it, it says game wire relay dash LV power dash E. So the east, this is which way it's facing, right? It's on the west, right? We're looking west, right? You can see in my map, we're actually looking direction of west, but it's on the east face. So the block, the actual block is facing to the east. And that's why I add those codes in there. So to make sure that I'm debugging the right one and making sure that there's just some information there. So that's why I print out what code I'm looking at. But you can see like power 0, power per second 0. That is just because the relay is the same sort of block entity as a machine, because I needed to wire it up. Like, it has to be a block entity, but there's no GUI with it. So it's the no GUI iteration. There's no inventory and no GUI with it. It still has to be an electrical block entity. Hey, look at that. The wolf is chasing. Nice. Get him, wolf.
You know,
The wolf is going to be well fed. There's so many chickens over here.
My problem is I don't see a male wolf around. But then again, we don't necessarily want a legion of wolves out here again.
Yeah, I'm gonna eventually put the night watcher back. Just
Yeah.
these chickens need to know what fear is. They need to be reminded.
Yeah, can I get your opinion on a color?
Sure.
Blue.
That's one of the options.
Teal.
Yeah, you might call that teal. I don't know.
I like the color teal.
There you are. Ah, for the
Okay.
outside?
But no, it's not going here. What it's doing, I'm gonna be putting a design in
Ah,
that middle section there. I'm leaning towards one of the ones on either end. The ones I'm leaning towards, but I can't decide which do you think would be better.
well, the one on the far right is more of a polar opposite, so it probably stands out more. Myself, I kind of like the way the far left one blends in, but Buggy's more the artist, and he likes the contrast of things.
Well, it depends on what motif you're going for. Contrasting colors look nice together if you're going for a striking sort of visual impact. Blending colors are good if you're going for like subtle detail looking things.
This is lettering. I think it's meant to stand
Yeah,
out.
if you're doing like lettering, you definitely want contrast. So you look for a complementary
It's
color.
more gonna be like a design than lettering, but
Yeah.
like those pillars you see out in the wild some places, something like that.
Yeah, but either way, it probably wants to stand out more.
Yeah. Okay. And that's the winner.
Sounds good. Okay,
Okay, what was I doing? Basalt. I'm using a lot of basalt. Wow, that was not a lot of larch logs. Jesus. I got exponentially more sticks than I got larch logs. So that's a thing, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something wrong there.
Yeah, I'm just used to really big trees. I like big trees. I like being able to grow. Yeah, I liked being able to grow like big trees. So you can better be sure that whatever tree type I add for vintage engineering is going to be a big tree. We're going to do something with them that's going to make a big tree. Might take a while to grow, but it'll be worth it. But it's either going to be a beech or a hickory. I think the animals should actually, like the wolves should actually eat the animals. It shouldn't just kill them. It should actually eat them.
Yep.
But that's just me, I guess. I need some more basalt.
Yeah, I need to go get myself some grass.
This.
Oh yeah, definitely need some grass. Oh, put my tools. Oh, there it is. Yay.
Oh, let's see. 8%. And last, not least,
It's
There we go.
pouring, the old man is snoring.
exactly 16 left.
Get back, go get up in the morning.
I just don't know what kind of glass to use. I don't like that this glass has a border on it. Like, I don't want that border.
And remove it. I believe. Did you like when you were checking the things for the blocks? Did you check the one that says most blocks?
Yeah, you can chisel it away, but what do you replace it with? If you replaced it with the same glass, the texture would be back because the texture is mapped to the block.
I thought you just remove it. I thought you could remove it.
That black border, and that's part of the texture. I don't think. I mean, you could try to chisel it. You've got a little bit of glass in your in your area. If you have any spare, you could just try to see if it's chiselable. But
I think
I know bricklayers has glass panes that you can do like black glass pane.
I thought there was a type of glass that you can make that requires. It requires what, mortar or something to put it together? Like it requires you make 4 panels.
Dark black glass pane. Get 6 per block.
Yeah, they're called. Yeah, you can like go with a glass pane.
That's what I'm looking at. I don't know what part of the block these things need to be in. If it's the center or one of the outsides. I guess I can make one and see, but then I would have to make black glass batch.
No, there's a one that's called plain. Oh, okay. I get what you're meaning. So you're trying to make a colored glass?
Well, I want it to be dark. I don't want it to be just regular glass. I want it to be a dark glass.
There's black glass and then there's dark black glass.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
In my chest over here in my house, I have a bunch of glasses already made.
Okay. Do you have any black glass?
Yes.
Let's see. I just want to see if crafting those.
Yeah, one in the corner right here.
Okay.
Up to it.
Black glass. Let's see what.
Wow, there's a really black glass. It's called the dull opaque black glass.
Yeah. I don't know what the point is to make opaque glass because it's opaque. Like you can't see through it. Well, it's not glass at that point.
That's the point. I suppose.
Okay. I need the hammer, chisel, and okay. The hammer, the chisel, the glass, and the saw. Black glass pane. Okay. Let's see.
Bookshelf glass. Can't make it. Oh, that means I have to buy it, right?
So I'm guessing this ingredient 4. How do we set this vertical? Black glass pane. Let's see. Oh my god. Are you...
Wow.
Really? Can't.
Huh. I can make one of those.
Want this to be in the middle of the block. These are...
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
So it looks like you just slap this on the face of a block. Like that. And then what happens if you... No. What is... Alright, Tells. Alright. What is the point of this glass plane? I can speak words today. What is the point of this glass pane if you can't actually build it on anything?
Had
You need a mortar in the middle.
No. I'm not trying to make the glass block.
Oh, okay.
I have the glass pane. I see the glass block. I see that is a thing, right? I see that. But what's the point of the glass pane if you can't actually put it in a window thing? Like, what is the point of it? Other than making this, which is what you start with. You use this to make the pane, so what's... Like, there's no point in going backwards, but... I don't understand what the point of these glass panes are. I can't even put them in a block space like that and then remove the block behind it because it just drops.
strange.
Mhm.
Wonder if there's some kind of anchor block
Can you put on the
that...
face of that?
I mean, it's on there. But the problem is, why am I not picking? Oh, turn your magnet up. There you go. It did not give me the pane back. Does that mean the pane... No, the pane is not... It's voided the pane.
Oh,
You had to pick a block that was so dark you can't actually see shit on it. Let me put
Well, the
down.
only one I had on me.
Let's put a. So the thing with this is, let me get my hammer.
Had you addressed Ray's question?
Dun, 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 I
about
think I
what the
missed.
building is going to be?
What the building? This is going to be a tentative vintage engineering test building. Like, I know I'm using the upper floor of here, but I'm gonna need a separate windmill to test mechanical power, to test like a lot of things, and I want a test building for all of the things. And that's what this is gonna be. So this building, if we remove the middle, right? If we make that thinner, I can't put. Oh, I can't. What? What just happened? How did? What? What? How did that do the... It used glass pane over here. See, watch on this face. Boink. It darkens it. Permanently darkens that, just that face, though. How the hell does he do that?
Weirdness.
So, well, now I know why there's an opaque version, but that still doesn't fix the problem. So essentially, what it's for, what the glass panes are for, anyway. But if you darken, since it's nighttime, it's going to be really hard to test this. Let me test this. Okay. This is kind of what Renegade was testing here. So if I put one inside there, and then one in here, so that darkens the entire face. But if I chisel out the middle, it does not dark. Okay, so it doesn't treat it like a piece of glass at all. It basically tints. I'm sure if we had a purple version, it would tint it purple. Okay. Yeah. It like shades. I don't know how. Oh, I don't know how he does that. So the actual block then, can we chisel this? We can, and that it removes. Okay, well that's doable then. What happens if we do this? Okay, that works. I'm liking this even more now. And it looks like Tyrone got rid of the weird face issue, which is good. Although, yeah, there's one there and one there. So that would work. So if I fill this face in, let me grab a light. Put my light over here. If I fill this in with these black glass panes, and then I chisel enable all of them, right? I can then come in here, make this thinner, and then I could add my own frame, right? I could add my own either not glass, my own wood or stone outline to frame the glass. It is kind of hard to see the chisel, but that's, you basically do this once and then you can just copy and paste it with the chisel tools. The pentagram. I missed. There we go. And then inside, right? Inside I would do like the big version. I probably want the darker iteration. This is too, it's dark, but it's not super dark. Let's see. Don't you love getting updates at, like the fact that they used a catheter to drain my grandma's bladder? Like that's information I wanted to share with y'all because it was shared with me. So you are welcome for the knowledge that my grandmother's bladder is now empty. You are welcome.
I don't mind personally, but I can imagine
It doesn't affect me. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I have no qualms about bodily function, but
I bet you she's feeling the relief.
oh, I can imagine not peeing for like 3 days and then, yeah, I can imagine. Glowing. I don't need glowing. Dim, dark black glass. Like
dim dark.
dim, dark
Wow.
black glass. Is it just not intelligent? Is that what it means? It's a little dim.
Oh, I need to check something.
Black glass.
Oh, there it is.
Black clay tile. Oh, interesting. Black clay tiles. Those are really black. Wow. Black clay tile. Black quartz.
Okay, I'm gonna need a lot more.
Still haven't built a storage controller. Glazed tiles, black. Okay, not glazed. I thought there was like the black glass, and then there was like a darker black glass. Dark
Really?
black glass. Yeah, dark black glass. I don't want the opaque. I think opaque is pushing it a little bit. But dark black, let's see. Dark black glass is dark black glass batch. Say that 10 times fast. Is black glass, 2 black glass batches plus powdered magnetite plus powdered ilmenite. Okay. Luckily, I just happen to have a bunch of machines that can do this shit for me. So let's go over. I know Renegade, when he made all this, probably struggled like crazy making all these glass batches because
It's a pain in the ass.
it's a royal pain in the ass to make all these. So if we go to, is it grind or crush?
Which batch are you making?
Dark black glass batch. So I need some magnetite and ilmenite. Let's go down here because I know we have a metric ton of magnetite. Do we have any? No, we don't have any chunks. Magnetite is here. Magnetite pulverized turns into one crushed magnetite. Let's see. Here pulverizes into crushed, which then grinds. Okay, so we have to crush it first.
Say you need powdered hematite.
Oh, I got lots of hematite I can powderize.
Because I already have powdered hematite over here.
How much?
198.
Oh, hematite? No, I need magnetite.
Oh, magnetite.
Yeah, it's magnetite. And then grinds into powdered magnetite, which then is frit mix? No. Wait. Isn't it?
I'm gonna make a night vision. Should I make since I'm gonna have to do some of the like alloying and stuff, should I make a fair sized batch of some of it? Like
There should be a stack of cooper nickel over here already.
Yep, but how about like the electrum?
The chest has 7 electrum plates in it.
Oh, okay.
And a lead plate. When I made it, I kind of made a little extra for anybody else to come in and do a thing. And I am just about starving to death here. Let me grab a bunch of whatever this stuff is. Luckily, no poisonous mushrooms were used this time around.
Well, it's been too recent. I gotta wait a little while
Yeah.
before I trick you again.
Yep.
Lull you into a false sense of security.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this and then this. I'm gonna do. Let's do a big batch. Hematite.
Tinkerer's part blueprint. Engineer's assembly blueprint. Engineers.
Ilmenite is basically titanium. When pulverized, turns into 2.3 crushed.
Wow, there's a lot of parts for night vision mask.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's
Multiple
not.
stages and
Wow.
Okay, we're gonna come up here and we're just gonna start crushing these down. So let's go here and go crush.
I have a lot of rusty gears.
And what happened? Didn't I grab? Did I literally just look at it and not grab it? Oh, good lord.
I might make one of those.
Yep. Yeah. 2.3. Let's do 2 of these. And I will be able to use some of that crushed rusty metal as part of this. But
You have the Tinkerer's part blueprint.
all of our blueprints are in like the treasure box.
Yeah, I was just asking. I was asking Oz because he's making one.
looking. I imagine we do since Buggy made night vision.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't found it yet though.
How effective is it underground?
The night vision?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter what light level it is. It's all it does is kind of remove the shadows of the world, and I mean, when I'm standing outside, it's sort of like the night vision in Minecraft. Like it just brightens everything up.
Oh, okay.
It turns everything green, but I think there's actually a mod that removes the green effect, but
Like when I'm playing Fallout 4, I always opt for the red light rather than the other options because I find that with red light, it improves night vision. Like, I don't know why, but for some reason you can discern the shadows a lot better with the red light. I don't know.
all right, I need to.
Maybe it's just me.
All right. I haven't played that one, so I couldn't tell you.
Fallout 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you do? Play Fallout 76 or?
No, I haven't played any of them actually.
Anybody watch the series?
Probably will at some point, but I don't necessarily jump into series as
Well,
right away.
Prime Video basically released all 8 episodes at once, so. Of the first
Here,
season.
there's another thing. I don't have Prime. Don't plan to either.
Don't need Prime. There are other sources.
Yeah.
Online. They don't cost anything. Always options. The only reason why I pay for the Prime is so that I can like save on delivery from Amazon.
Take this wrist brace off for a little while. Let my hand breathe.
You say breathe or breed?
Breathe. Oh.
Okay. I was just about to say, hand breed, okay. Do you know something we don't?
Is there a key to disable the night vision, or is it just replace it?
What do you mean disable it? It's either on or off. You just have to put in your hotbar and like right click it to put it on your head, and it replaces your helmet. And then right click it again to take it off. If it pops your helmet in your hotbar, and you can just like switch it back and forth. But you have to power it with you have to put a temporal gear on it to power it, and it's enough for like 24 hours of charge. But okay, so dark glass. Really? Yeah, they're definitely dark black. There we go. The other feature that's really missing is the ability to pin things from the handbook. Sort of like JEI, like holding over and pinning it and then adding it so it's a quick tab. So if the 1 in 1 million chance that Tyrone ever watches these, that's a feature that would be nice, to be able to pin items from the handbook to be easily accessible.
I'm assuming that he's setting quality of life features a bit lower so he can focus on the content. But yeah, it would be nice if he.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back and forth a little bit sometimes. Oh, I need powdered quartz. Man, there's this chain is interesting. This crafting chain is really, really interesting. I'm gonna need lime. I'm gonna need powdered fluorite. What? Powdered lead oxide. Oh, powdered borax. That we can do. Powdered borax. Finally a use for the borax that we've been collecting.
Yeah, I got I got my fluorite by doing the bone.
I'm gonna double up on our powdering process. Come over here. Since I'm hearing this animation anyway, I might as well do something to put in here.
Oh, speaking of animation, I noticed when I was testing that since it was in single player, anytime I went into the handbook, it would pause the game, but your animations didn't stop.
Yeah, because there's a different system. The animation system and the what it's pausing is the game time. The rendering is still happening behind the scenes. And that's the rendering system is what's rendering that animation. Time passing is irrelevant.
The base game, I think the base game pauses animations.
Right.
I'd have to test more, but
I don't know.
I'd set that low priority, but I just wanted you to know.
Yeah, as far as that system, it basically that entire system relies on vanilla mechanics. So all I'm doing is looking at the anim util, and if that's not stopping the animation, then nothing would stop it.
Nothing can stop it now.
So crushed rusty metal, I can actually use this in the dark. Dark. It's not dark glass. It's dark. Black. Yeah, powdered rusty metal, powdered ilmenite, dark glass batch. It's kind of. And then once I run out of that, powdered obsidian. Oh, interesting. Powdered magnetite. That's what I make. And then the black glass batch is going to be sand. How much sand do we have? I know we have a bunch of. Yeah, we got lots of sand. And a crap ton of gravel.
Oh, I'm not sure exactly when this is a reference to, but Ray said blue instead of green might look better, though.
Blue instead of green. Maybe he's referring. Well, I don't know.
That could have been for night vision. Because we were talking about night vision and... Oh, yeah, you were AFK, I think. And Aram said that...
I find it easier when it's red.
Yeah, there you go.
To each their own, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if anybody's looking at this going, wow, that's not very fast. It's not really much faster than like Grinder or the Pulverizer. It's like, yeah, LV tier is not meant to be the end game, like be all end all machine. The LV tier of machines are the aim of the LV tier is to make machines that cover the base game stuff, but not in any capacity of like, oh, this is just awesome. But it is a massive space saving, right? Because you can build 4 of these crushers and run these on. You would need 8 LV generators. Because the crusher is 64 power per second, and the generators are 32. So you need a lot of generators to run them, and that's the balance, right? It saves space. You don't need a wind generator. You can just kind of put this in a basement somewhere and call it a day. You can just have a bunch of stuff grinding, crushing. That's the point of the LV. The tiers up from that, the MV tier and the HV tier, that is where processing speed and bulk materials come. So this process I envision with like an HV, the multi-block HV grinder. That is going to be like immersive engineering. It's going to be a giant thing that you're going to feed in, and it's going to grind stuff incredibly fast, but it's going to consume a vast amount of power. You're going to need a biodiesel or oil refining setup to power the big like generators that we're going to have. So the mod as it is now is just aiming to augment and replace what the base game does to a point where it's cool and it's their machines and you can automate it, but not by speed. Almost some of these machines are slower, but the counterbalance to that is usually the recipes. The recipes that I have typically give you a tiny little bonus on top of what you would get from vanilla. So like the log splitter, right? The log splitter, you get more firewood per log with the log splitter. The sawmill gives you a few more boards per log than doing it manually, right? So there's the trade-off is you get more out of it with the mechanization. And you can balance, if you want to do a rebalance mod, you disable my recipes, pretty easy to do, and then you put all of your own recipes in. It's very possible with all the vanilla JSON patching mechanics. So you can make the mod as hard as or as easy as you want. So you can make a recipe for the kiln that takes black coal and takes 8 pieces of black coal and makes a diamond out of it. The recipes are, it's anything is possible. You can you can do whatever you want. That's what I like about the game is you can bend it to whatever play style you want it with. People generally like it harder rather than easier. Looks like we are out of power. So let's do that.
If I can interject here real quick, sometimes it's a little hard to hear you. I think you're pulling away from the mic a little bit. But I figured
really?
You'd like to know that. Yep.
Yeah. Because my camera's over here, my microphone is here, and I just thought that my mic was a little bit better on the gain than that. I guess it wasn't. This mic is pretty old now too. I mean, this is the mic I started the channel on. So this microphone is 8 years, going on 9.
Heard some goats, but I'm not seeing the goats.
Okay, so let's do that and that.
Oh, of course. I stumbled upon the old goat pen that I had. But I already have that breed, so no point. The main thing is I want to try and find the musk ox because we have 2 females but no males, so they won't mate. Or well, okay, they might be mating, but they're not making new ones. If they are.
Silence hand.
So crushed magnetite is going to be ground after we crush it. Okay. Black glass batch. So powdered quartz. Is there crushed quartz? Okay. So I'm gonna go start crushing some quartz in the pulverizer. Oh my god.
Oh, sheesh. Same old error?
Same error. Render entities.
Huh.
Yeah, it's almost
It's
like.
interesting.
Go ahead.
Because that was the one that we reduced, isn't it? What was it?
This is the one that I told you that this is a base game bug that was
Yeah, but
reported
isn't
like
it the same line of code and everything as it was when we were doing early on stuff?
yeah, it's the same one that I tried to fix with the magnet, but it wasn't the magnet
Yeah.
that was doing it. It was something else. It's something else that's doing it.
I think there's multiple causes.
What I think it is, this because it just happened. What I think it is, it happens when a new thing is spawned in that the texture is not loaded yet, or something, right? So I just put that stuff in the pulverizer, right? The pulverizer just started up, and so it basically just spit out a brand new entity, right? A crushed quartz entity, and boom, I immediately crashed.
Yeah.
There wasn't any crushed quartz yet, and it spit a brand new crushed quartz out, and that was a brand new entity. That's when it crashed. So, yeah, it's like the system is, I don't know, it's like it's rendering stuff faster than it's loading the texture or something like that. Like, not 100% sure what caused it, but it's doing on before render, right? On before render, something in there is a null reference. And I was pointing it out on my screen, and I know that there's nothing on the screen. Sorry. So yeah, it's almost like when there's a new entity spawn in the world, that's when it happens.
Yeah.
Oh wow, these are going fast.
Is it also possible that it got scooped up before it, like the chute? Maybe the chute grabbed it before it popped in? Because that would explain the null reference also.
Yeah, the hopper could have pulled it in before it, because the rendering stuff, believe it or not, is on a different thread.
Multi-threading too. That adds another layer of complexity.
Yeah, so the rendering side of things is it's threaded, and it has to be thread safe, but it's not always thread safe, right? So it's give or take.
Yeah, if you lock a process, you can end up freezing the game or crashing or memory leak so yeah, there has to be some leeway. Multi-threading, although powerful, is, in computer terms anyway, relatively new. And We haven't fully wrapped our heads around it yet.
Well, it's incredibly hard to debug. Anything
Yep.
multi-threaded is... It's brutal to try to debug it.
Yeah, because for every thread, you have to have a separate debug window.
Well, it's when you're debugging a program, it's not that. It's you don't know what thread you're in when you're debugging.
Ah.
It's like, oh, you're stepping through code, but it's a different thread than what you expect. So the variables you have access to, if something is locked, like
Yeah.
multi-threaded debugging is a nightmare because of the locking of data. Yeah. So that's my guess is it has something to do with the threading. Okay, so we have this. Oh, I have to powder it. Oh my god, I have to powder it. I have crushed, and I need to powder it.
Oh, shoot.
Oh my god, there's okay. I took way too much magnetite. I have 800 magnetite. That was a little much. Don't need that much right now. That's a lot.
Didn't calculate the multiple output?
Whew. Well, it's not multiplying the output. It just takes 800 cycles. There's a lot, and
Yeah.
each cycle is probably 5 seconds, 5 or 6 seconds. 8 times 800. It was a lot. That would have been a lot.
Oh, strange.
And if you're
Thought it
looking at
crashed, but it just...
if you're looking at this block and you're going, why is the shading on this block changing all the time? And it's because of the power, right? So as soon as it drops it below the amount of power that it needs, it kicks on, right? It turns itself on, which, because it has an animation, the tessellation engine has to redraw it, and it uses a different methodology to render it. It's animating, so it's a dynamic. It has to be dynamic. So the block itself sort of changes. And so I'm actually swapping the model back and forth between the static version, the animated. And I don't know if there's a fix for that. That's why it's kind of blinking in and out, because it's actually swapping that block constantly back and forth. The tessellation engine. It's stress testing it, which is what you get. If something is either constantly on or constantly off, that's better. As soon as this drops below 100, it'll stop generating power. And then this one just quit, so that'll drop below 100. And now this one is sort of twitchy. Okay, let's go put this stuff away. Sand. Ground frit. What the hell is that? Lime. There's the bauxite. Quartz. I've got ground. What is this stuff? Baked frit. What is frit? Frits are glass-like powder used in... Okay. Frit mix. Oh, Lord. Quartz. Oh, it's the stuff I'm making. Okay. Wow. This is quite the process, everybody. Quartz, the borax, magnetite, and lime. Let's see how much lime we have. Really? 16 lime? He thinks Renegade stole it all.
Yeah, it's in the leather shop.
Oh yeah, we don't need 2,000 lime. Okay.
Woohoo! I did get one goat that I hadn't had before. I don't know if you remember, but when we went far south, I had found golden tacken, and they finally reproduced.
Is that a goat?
Yep. But unfortunately, I just got a single male.
Oh. Metal scraps grinds into...
I was hoping it'd be a twin birth. At some point, I'm going to have to call these goats, but they are difficult to manage because they run away.
How dare they?
Agreed.
Take your medicine!
And that medicine would be a cleaver.
Okay, I think I'm close to making this glass. Oh man.
3 hours later.
This is the real test of vintage engineering. Like all the recipes and all the like things that I have of like, because I didn't like. There's no recipes in there to bridge bricklayers with vintage. Like this is all getting pulled off of the vanilla props, right? The crushing props, grinding props, those kinds of things. This is where all of that is coming from. So it's really a good test. Okay, we're almost out of power, so I need to go down and grab maybe some easy peasy power. And Oz, if you wanted to help, one of the things that would be very helpful right now is to have a log splitter. And I don't think I've crafted one of those. Nor did I give myself one. So a log splitter would be nice because we could use it to make just endless amounts of firewood. And just be feeding these generators with just constant firewood.
Yeah. I assume charcoal would probably be more. Is there a way to make charcoal with your...
There's
vintage
currently no
engineering?
way to make charcoal. Not with
Okay.
not with a machine. You'd have to fill up that charcoal. And we can make, filling up that charcoal pit that we have, doing a batch, and while it takes hundreds of firewood, we would get, I think it's over 4,000 charcoal out of one batch of that. So yeah, charcoal would work, but
But yeah, since there's no automated way, it's probably less time
I mean,
efficient.
burn duration. Let's see, charcoal. What's the burn duration of charcoal? Burn duration 180. It's really the burn duration that you want to look at. The temperature, as long as it's over 100 degrees, you're gonna burn it. The burn duration is really where you can min max your fuel.
Yeah. I'm scouting a new mountain, and then I'll teleport back. And is that a goat? It is.
And I will get a iron chest ready to go.
I don't see the mail though.
This. All right. Yeah, and one of the features I still have to enable. Oh yeah, ow. Yeah, the wrist right, it's outside. It's like tendon ligament area right here is where, I don't know. Oh, I can actually stretch my hand back. Last night I couldn't move my hand like backwards like this. Like you can put your hand back. I could not move my hand backward. This area right here, crazy how much it hurt. So I don't know what caused that, but man,
I slept on it wrong.
no, it was in the middle of the day. Like I had,
No.
like Friday, like I had gotten the release for Vintage Engineering out. You know, I wrote up a bunch of stuff for the mod page. I did a bunch of stuff to get it all ready and stuff, and you know, fix some bugs that Oz found. And then I wanted to relax away from the computer because I knew I was going to be streaming today. So Fridays I usually kind of chill away from the computer a bit. And as I was sitting down, I ate dinner and I sat down watching YouTube video, and my wrist just kept hurting more and more and more and more, and it was very bizarre. The only thing I could think of is I was chatting back and forth with my brother on my phone, and you know, holding the device. I don't know, like it has never bothered me before, and last night, man, something changed, like crazy pain. So it's another one of those, like, when I hit 40, every year after I hit 40, there's something new that's like, oh, this is the new normal, right? And so it's like, you know, I heard comedians talk about it for years and years, laughing about, like, you know, getting old and all the things, and now I've actually lived through it. You know, it's a little less funny than it was when I was 20. So yeah, having lived through it now, it's like, oh, a little less fun. It's a little less fun.
Couldn't the new normal of 30 be enough?
Yeah, like that was plenty bad. Now is it crushed? No, it's ground, powdered. Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna do a stack of each. Ilmenite, magnetite, and I need to powder the rusty metal. We already got the quartz. Got lime. Got a bunch of these flowers that I can burn in hell. There we go. Burn them! Burn them! 10 seconds. Yeah, that's plenty of time. 10-second burn duration. Just burn them up. Anything with combustible props with a burn duration can be burned in the LV generators. Burn it all, baby. Okay, is this thing done yet? Good lord, 8 left. Then I can switch it over to grind, which is that's a feature I added at a last minute, but it only took me like 20 minutes to add that functionality. All of the rest of the stuff was done. Okay. Switch it to grind. And then let's do this one. So you can see crafting powdered, because it looks at the grinding props. So there should be no errors. Crushed magnetite. Yes, powdered magnetite. Absolutely. Crush or powdered grind. And there we go. Powdered rusty metal. Brit mix. That's what I'm going for. Lime. Not powdered nickel. That's the hematite, I think. Yeah. No, magnetite. Yeah. Powdered quartz. Can't you use crushed quartz? I think you can. not seeing it. Fine.
I ended up with some bauxite gravel. Should I just grind that down into sand?
If we don't have a container for the gravel or the sand, just like if it's not a lot, just trash it in the lava.
Okay. Yeah, it's just 55.
Yeah, they're not worth just keeping around. Speaking of sand, I need to go grab.
I ended up with a bunch of snow blocks and glacier ice too.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's
got-
any use for those.
Yeah. We've got some glacier ice, so I'll keep those. Oh, I am assuming somebody found some clay ovens. If Aram, if you're gonna make a kitchen, don't make 3 of those because we've got some laying around.
Okay. I was thinking about making a couple more.
All right. Well, yeah, they're bottom floor of or in the cellar, and they're the rightmost storage vessel on the right.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Yeah, usually I set up like an entire system for processing the brick layers. When I made all the blocks that we used in the cathedral, all the colored colored clay that I used for that cathedral, I had a whole like massive setup for all of that. And then fiber pulp. Why is that in a box? Let's see. Lime, powdered borax, lime.
Should I use one of the axe heads that we have just laying around, or should I use a specific one? Or should I make one, like copper or something?
Well, I don't think you can use a copper one, but if you want to just smith up an iron one, that would probably work.
All right.
Um,
So yeah, no need to waste steel on it.
yeah, we don't want to use a steel one, but yeah, iron one I think is
Well, tin
more than
bronze,
enough.
it looks like works as well.
Yeah, I kind of left that open. I was proud of myself for including the axe head in the log splitter recipe. I was like, oh, that just makes sense to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in real life, it would probably be a more heavy-duty wedge, but it'd be silly to add a new recipe just for that. Do we have any of the the machine plates, the screws, things like that, or should I?
We have all the things to make the things. Like we have the extruder. You can make.
Yeah.
If you look behind the machines here, there's 2 dies. There's the rod die. You can use the rod die to make the things. I shouldn't. If memory serves, you shouldn't need steel at all to make the log splitter. You can get away with using tin, bronze, or brass for everything. So you might have to cook up a batch of brass, which is an alloy, and a batch of brass. I have things marked here. It is 500 copper, 300 zinc.
500, 300. All right.
Yeah, I think that should give you enough for 1 pour of one of the mass ingot molds. I'm pretty sure.
A residency?
A what?
Are you building a residence? A house for yourself?
No, I'm building a workshop to test vintage stuff.
Oh, okay.
Sphalerite is zinc, I assume.
Sphalerite, yes.
All right.
I don't know. I honestly don't know why they do that in this game. Like why he uses like the super nerdy geologic name of these things. Like nobody knows tin is cassiterite. Like no, I don't know anybody who has ever referred to tin as cassiterite. Not even in like geology class did anybody do that. So why is this game using all these like weird names for these ores? Like just call it zinc for crying out loud. Like why? It's
different.
Well, there's being different and then there's being difficult. And it's like yeah.
It's just being different.
And I assume these should go into ingots?
Probably, yeah. I mean, you could do, if you want to do a separate pour, you'd have to figure out the ratios for the mass plate molds, because you need 16 ingots per mold. You need basically 320 nuggets.
Should just need to multiply it by 2 because 5 times.
Right, if you wanted to do a full pour, you would need 2 full. Yeah, that's why I centered all my recipes, all the recipes I wrote down. But the amount of brass you need is not a lot unless you make a bunch of brass torch holders. That's the only. Or I guess you could make brass chandeliers and lanterns and stuff. You wanted a lot of brass. But vintage is basically just screws. Make metal rods, brass rods, and then make screws.
Yeah.
All right, I think we are getting close to being ready to actually make some of this frit mix. Frit mix black. Okay. So I'm going to need quartz. And then the borax is there. Rusty metal is there. Lime is there. And then the powdered quartz, which we are getting. Can we do crushed quartz? Oh, can't do crushed quartz. Has to be powder. But you get 4 frit per, so that's not too bad. Mass-wise, you should get more than 4 per. You should get like...
Oh, that's what I got. Okay.
Okay.
Oz,
Yeah.
where's those clay ovens you were talking about?
Oh, follow me. I mean, for convenience, you could have just grabbed the ones up here, but
Yeah.
right next, or well, right in front of me
Oh,
there.
here we go. Thank you.
Yep.
That's exactly what I needed.
Buggy, since it's
That's
easier
cool.
to make in batches, are we just gonna want one log splitter or multiple?
One should be fine.
Okay.
Like, yeah. I even have a chest ready to go for it.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I would bake this. When heated, turns into one baked crit. Oh, it needs 950 degrees. Wow. Yeah, I can do this in the kiln. But the kiln is a power hungry beast.
Just as a standard, should I use just the brass screws for any screw type thing that's needed, or is there a more efficient?
anything that can use brass screws should, because it's cheap. There
Okay.
are some that you can't use brass screws. There are some machines you have to use upgraded either iron, or there's even one that has steel.
Yeah.
So the extruder, because of balance and because I didn't want people yelling at me for cheating, make it too easy, the extruder can make... It's a very, very efficient way of making screws. But in order to make the extruder, you're going to need a pretty decent amount of steel. You're going to need at least one batch of steel to make the extruder. And then after that, because you need steel screws, you need steel plate, like you're going to need a lot of steel. And then after that, it's like you can make screws and stuff out of it. But yeah, I wanted to make sure the extruder, at the very least, as far as balance go, the extruder it's probably the most expensive machine out of all of them. Because it's capable of making steel screws. With a much better ratio.
Am I crazy, or did our anvil vanish?
It's up here next to the forge.
Ah.
Because you can heat stuff in the forge up here.
Yeah, true.
Because I wanted to test the forge, so all right. It's grinding the magnetite back down. So the frit mix makes baked frit, which makes ground bake. Wow, you have to craft the frit mix, bake it, baked frit, then you have to grind it again to make the glass batch, the black glass batch, right? And it uses 2 at a time to make 4, so that's icky. And then that dark glass uses 2 to make... Okay, so that's not too bad. 4, but 4 pieces smelt into 1 dark glass batch. So, yeah, I don't know why he does this ratio where it's like you craft 4 at a time. And then 4 make 1. Why not just craft 1 and then make it 1 to 1? Don't understand. But with the amount of... Oh my god, with the amount of glass that I'm going to need for that building. I mean, each window is 9. I think it's 9 blocks for each one of those windows. That is... I think there's 4 windows going across, 3 deep, 4, 8, plus 6. 14 windows times 9. That is 126. So at very least 2 batches. 2 full, like 64x batches. Okay, so is this almost, this is not even close to done. Let's see if this works. Oh, this is going to take a while to heat up. Oh my god. So even though with the smithing of like the rods and the smithing of the screws, what I discovered regarding the smithing recipes in the game is you have to make the smithing recipe equal ingot, like the ingredient in the JSON recipe has to say ingot dash whatever, right? Ingot dash star, allowed variants, or if it's a specific one, like ingot dash like steel. You have to have the ingots. So when you smith, you don't have to use the ingots, right? Because the metal plates map themselves to the metal type. So in the smithing recipe, it treats metal plates and ingots as basically the same thing. They're just different sized materials, right? So a metal plate equals 2 ingots, and if you're crafting, say, a mold or a die cast, right? If you're crafting like the nails and strips mold for the metal plate or the metal press, or a die cast for the extruder, those would benefit from starting with a plate because it's already flat, and then you just basically carve out the space inside and carve out whatever voxels. But you can also use ingots for the same thing. So I discovered that because Oz discovered that my initial recipe for screws required the metal plate as the ingredient, but it didn't show up at all in the game. You would put the metal plate down, and it wasn't even an option to smith from a metal plate. As soon as I made an ingot, it worked. The metal plate reported, "Hey, I can actually craft these." So it's kind of weird the way that worked. But you learn something new, and yeah, now that I know smithing recipes, it doesn't really matter what you're making. You always have to have ingot into the ingredient. So good to know that. This is just about done heating up. Let's turn this one off for now. When you turn a machine off, it does not update anymore at all. It is a hard out, right? It doesn't even accept power. So if you are struggling with one machine or another, you don't have to remove any of the ingredients. That's why I included a button to turn it on and off. So now this thing is baking. And we should get, there it is, Frit Mix Black. And it is brutally expensive to bake this stuff. Wow. Wow.
You know what I wish that was in this game? The auto. You know how it's like, when a stack is finished, it autofills like from your inventory.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Auto replace.
Yeah.
You use up a stack of bricks and it automatically puts another stack down, yeah. Yeah, that's a mod it's possible. You could do a mod like that. 100%. That is a mod that you could do. There is a inventory tweaks mod for vintage, but I don't think it does that. It makes it so you can sort inventories mainly. Did I just see snow fly? I did. There's snow flying across the window. Oh my god.
Yep.
It's October.
Before I go through the trouble of making one, do we have a screw diecast?
No,
I
I
don't
don't think
see
we do. I don't think we do.
Okay.
You'd have to smith one up.
Which is all good. Heating the plate now. I think tin bronze plate works.
Yeah, I mean it's the lowest durability of any of them. You know, it still works, but
Ah, true.
oh wow, these are crazy.
Oh, ran out of power.
Yeah, there's not a lot of power up here. I can take this and put this in a fireplace for now because this is just crazy how much this needs. And let's put this in there.
Be right back.
Yeah. One of the to-do list items for the next tier of things is a upgraded upgraded wind or generator from wind power. So there's going to be a multi-block system. Once I figure out mechanical power in this game and figure out how it works, what I'm going to add is a generator that uses wind power to spin. I like that there's a create add-on mod where you add like these rotors to the mechanical power that spin, and then you build basically like magnet blocks around it. So inside there's a 3x3 gap inside, which is the rotors, and then the 12 blocks around that make up like the magnet, and that's what quote unquote generates the power. But it's actually the block that goes in front of all of those, which is like the brush block. That's the thing that actually generates the power. Everything else is just icing on the cake. It's just like, ooh, what does this do? Right? It just verifies all the blocks are there and placed and what tier it is. You know, that's all pretty straightforward block checking stuff. All right, we should have some power now.
Yeah, I got it smithed up already.
And then I've got this space right here ready for it. When you get it clean.
All right. Oh, it's gonna be a while still. I gotta get the ingots. That's still working. Then once the ingots are done, it should be a pretty straightforward process because then I can turn them into rods and then
Yep.
screws and.
All right, I'm going to turn this thing back on.
I think I have all the other materials I need though.
I mean, I tried to make the machines as intuitive as possible, right? I just tried to make the process and the progress like as intuitive as I could, because it's like I wanted people to be like, oh, that is a a log splitter, and that makes sense to me, like what it's for. And like the forge, like you build the forge, you place it. I wanted the UI to sort of make sense and actually be intuitive in how you use it. So There's a lot of care that went into all of these UIs and trying to make them as easy to use as possible. It's one of the things that Quentin didn't do. He didn't do any UIs for any of his, because he didn't want to. He didn't want to get into the UI system at all, and so he just didn't. Yeah. Like, well, that's great and all, but it's not really intuitive. You know, there's only so much information you can put in the little heads-up display up on the top here, right? When you're looking at a machine, there's only so much information you can put up there. So
the forge. This is one thing that I when I was testing, the forge might need like a UI-less way of doing ingots, so that it's like the vanilla forge. You know, where you stack the ingots in there.
okay, two things: no
But that's a
stacking,
ways off. No stacking.
no stacking, one at a time. Doing stacking, it's a nightmare of code. Trying to do that, trying to figure out and finagle, because you can literally put anything in here to heat, right? Anything can go in.
Yep.
You can put dirt in here and heat it up dirt. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. And it's already automatable with chutes. You can shoot stuff in and shoot stuff out. And the balance of it is it's heating things up, and it's using power to do that. And the counterbalance of how easy it is to do is the fact that it can do one at a time, right? If you want to heat up 4 things at a time, you're gonna have to do it manually, right? If you want to automate, because the one of the things the forge is going to be able to do, or the reason why it is what it is when you make wires, when you make nails and strips, there's going to be a heat requirement on the ingredient into the metal press or the extruder, right? You're going to have to heat up the metal bar in order to craft the screws, right? The ingot to rod. You're going to have to heat the ingot to make the rods, and you're going to have to heat the rods to make the screws. So you're going to be able to automate that by shooting in from a forge. You take a chest, you shoot into the forge. You take the forge, you shoot it in to the extruder or the metal press, and then the metal press takes that heated item and crafts whatever it is you want to craft with, right? It automatically can get automated. The chain builds from there. So, being able to heat more than one thing at a time, really, that would just be... It wouldn't break it. It would just require a mountain of code to make sure there's no weird incompatibilities and cross things. So the system that makes chutes work in a custom inventory, you have to specify which slots are automatable, and it's only one at a time. So when I have something like this that is grinding, and if it produces 2 at once, or if it produces more than one thing, say the sawmill is giving me boards, sticks, and sawdust. Well, the chute, to automate that with the chute, I have to give it one slot at a time. Right? So I have to give it this slot until it's empty, then I give it this slot until it's empty, and then I give it this slot until it's empty. And that's why it empties the way that it does. And you can only ever give it one slot at a time. That's how that automation works. And so I needed to make that work with the forge, and if it's got stuff in it that's already heated, and then you start stacking stuff in the output, like if you have something in the output here that's already heated, it won't heat a new thing. This slot has to be empty for it to actually heat another new thing. There has to be an output for it. That's pretty much the standard with all my machines. they basically stop themselves when the output fills. And the reason for that is it encourages via a stick, not a carrot, to automate these with chutes. You want these to be emptied with chutes in order to craft as much as possible, as fast as possible. And that's why I did that. So yeah, eventually this forge, you're going to probably want more than one of these, because you're going to want one going into the extruder to heat up, ingots or bars or whatever when you're making screws or metal rods. And then you're going to want one for the metal press to heat stuff up, to make like nails and strips. Because this thing, way better at making nails and strips, right? If you have the nails and strips mold in there, it'll make 10 at a time per plate, which is like 20% more than you would get if you were making them like with the mold. So you get a lot of nails and strips by the metal press, but you're going to have to heat the plates first, when that takes extra power. So the balance of using resources and power and consumables and burnables and charcoal is that you get a little bit of a bonus out of it. And you can just sit and let it run while you walk away. You don't have to babysit it.
So I got a question in there. You said you have to heat the ingots before you...
You don't have to do it right now.
I know, but end game, or one year...
When I plug that in, yes, you're going to have to heat stuff, metal stuff, before you use the extruder or the metal press. That's...
Noticing some Z fighting here. Sorry.
Yeah, the Z fighting is the... yeah. It's because
because this is a zero width frame.
Yeah, Andy did that. I noticed that Z fighting right away because he made it.
But okay, sorry, yeah. So here's the question: if you have two extruders, piped, one right after the other, would you be able to do that if you wanted screws from ingots? Because in theory, when the rods come out, they'll be heated. So then you shouldn't need to heat them again before turning them into screws.
Well, that's the question. That's one I've been kind of... Once I enable the temperature feature, and something is crafted, right? And I have the item stack that's crafted, I can set the temperature of that item stack, right? So I can save the temperature of the ingredient it used, say, okay, what temperature was the ingredient? And the very tick that it's crafted, I can then set the temperature on that. And then that is the next thing that goes in. So yes, it is possible. It would be possible to pass on the temperature to the next thing. And that was kind of like going around in my head, like, should I do this? Shouldn't I do this? And I'm assuming that people are going to want me to do that, because it's easier to automate. Because then you can have the forge going into the extruder, going into another extruder, right? You don't have to, you don't need a forge in between to heat up the rods to make the screw, right? You can just go rods right to screws right away. So yes, it is possible, and I've kind of been bouncing back and forth of whether to do that, because it is better, certainly, and more realistic, of course, because when you craft something with metal, if the metal is 1100 degrees, it's not going to immediately be cold when you craft it. It's going to be hot.
Especially since it'll actually probably add some heat, by bashing it.
Yeah, squishing it.
That caused it. Yeah.
So yeah, that is certainly when I plug the temperatures in. So if the general consensus is keep the temperature, that's literally a line of code. That's easy to do, right? The thing with the mod is the way the state of the mod right now. For me as a modder, it took 9 months to get to this point because I had to invent a lot of things. I had to invent a new way of running wires, the electric network. I had to invent all of these things. But once they're done, as a modder, it's way easier for me to go in after the fact and add features, right? For me to add, for the crusher, when I added this grind feature, it literally took me 20 minutes, right? Because it was all done. All of the code was good, and it was working, and it was tested. And all I had to do was go in and add this grind option, and then add a couple in a couple functions to capture that and look at the grinding props. It was really, really easy to add a feature to an existing machine. So yeah, adding something like that to a machine is nothing. It's inventing something new that hasn't been never done before. That is a royal pain in the ass.
So, along with that, I kind of have two suggestions. I do like the idea of maybe making it a little more trouble. But I have two ways you could kind of allow people to overcome that. One would be that you could change the temperature on the forge to make it hotter. So, when it's, and then of course have the screws have a higher heat requirement to make than the rods. So, the rods, let's say 800 degrees, whereas to make the rods into screws means it takes 1,000. So then you have to go in and change the forge so that it does 1,000 or 1,100, just in case it cools a little.
Well, I mean, of course that is possible. You would have to override the vanilla heat requirement. Because here's what the vanilla does. If something doesn't have explicit workable temperature, and like lead, right? If you're making something out of lead, the working temperature of lead is 0. You can grab an ingot off the floor and immediately craft an axe with it. You can work lead at 0 temperature. Same with tin. Tin and lead, and there's tin and lead and one other one, I think. 0 working temperature. You can just work at whatever. Everything else doesn't have a working temperature specified. So what does the game do? Like, how hot does a copper piece need to be to work it? How does the game figure that out? And across the board, the game is melting point, like the melting temperature, divided by 2. That's the working temperature across the board, regardless of what type of metal it is, other than those 3. So steel, copper, all the alloys, it's melting temperature, and you can find melting temperature pretty easily just by looking at, it'll actually tell you if you look at like steel. Let's actually look at a steel ingot. So 1502, smelting temperature, 1502. So divide that by 2, that's your working temp, right? And so what I do is, for the forge, because I don't want to heat it up to exactly that temperature, because it could cool off and drop immediately under that and not be workable. Because the machine, once the temperature system is plugged in, the machine will constantly be verifying the temperature of the item that it's crafting. And if it drops below the temperature, it'll stop crafting and give you a warning in the UI of the item is too cold, right? So you'll look on here, there'll be a little box in here where this feedback is, and it'll say item too cold. Because I'm trying, because I don't have like a ponder system like the create mod, nor is there really a good way to augment the handbook right now with new information. I have to use the GUI to give feedback, which is why there's so much stuff in here. Recipe ingredients needed, or place them old in the mold slot. Like, there's a reason why that exists. So what I do in my situation is I heat it to the melting point divided by 2 plus 50. So I add another 50 degrees Celsius on an item, and that is what you get. That's how hot it is when it comes out of it. So the automation step of this, to go from the input to the output, will be melting temperature divided by 2 plus 50. It gives you plenty of wiggle room of cooling to craft whatever you need to craft. Even daisy chaining it to multiple crafts. So I think that the fact that I'm heating it to 50 degrees over what it needs to be, it just takes that much more energy, because the higher the temperature that you're heating something to, the more power it takes. It's a curve, right? It's a curve that actually increases. So the temperature, the higher that temperature is, the longer it's heating, the less it's heating per tick. So to go from like 0 to 350 degrees is like this spike straight up. Like it heats that super fast. But then it starts slowing down. So if you have to get something to 900 degrees, it's going to take a while to heat up to that high. I think I balanced it. The way that I balanced the... What was it? I think it's the kiln. No, I don't think it's the kiln. I think it's the forge. To heat something up to 1100 degrees, which is the forge, the vanilla forge that you can use, that caps out at 1100. Can't go any higher than that. To heat something to 1100 takes 30 seconds. I balanced the formula to take exactly 30 seconds. Oh, thank God. The frit is done now. What happened to the rest?
I took the charcoal out, if that's what you're looking for.
No, I'm looking for the rest of the frit mix that I baked. Is that just in this chest? Or this? No, there it is. I'm going to have some more, so you can probably put that charcoal back. I'm going to have some more of this stuff. Okay. Frit mix black. I need to re-grind this stuff. Crafting ground frit mix. So we get one at a time. This, good lord, this is a. We're not even at the black glass batch. So yeah, once that is done grinding. I'm gonna make another batch, I think, of the black. Right. Get out of here. It's just real.
Oh, another alternative to that. So I was making two suggestions there. One would be, change the temperature. Another option would be, is that you could just make it so that a user can put the forge underneath the extruders. So it would.
You can. Doesn't matter where the item is going from the extruder. You want to put it into another forge, you can do that. That's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is entirely
Well,
possible.
Yeah. Yeah, because then just adding the ingredients directly to the forge, or the fuel. No, there wouldn't be any fuel to the forge, duh, because it's powered.
Frit mix black.
Almost got it done. Now I just got to pull it all together.
Frit mix black. Quartz. 3 more stacks of frit mix black. Oh, that's gonna take a while to cook. Okay, let's go start up the fireplace. Actually, might as well get more than one of these going. That. Let's cook these. And you're cooking up, wow, a bunch of brass.
Yeah, I figured if, especially since we're, you know, probably not done with this. May as well cook up a bunch. Because brass is like the standard, it seems, for screws. Not necessarily standard, but you know what I mean.
Well, it's the lowest tier of screws. You can make a lot of LV generators with tin, bronze, and brass, like a lot of. And you know, if you want a big factory really early, you're gonna need a hefty amount of LV generators, and the amount of fuel they're gonna go through would be pretty high.
I didn't realize the generator or the motor actually required a bronze rod.
All right, ground frit mix is just about done, and I still have a bunch of frit mix black. I don't want to put this in the kiln because the kiln and the forge are the big powered, you know, pullers. They would use a lot of power. Anything that heats, you know, heating stuff with electricity takes a lot of power. All right, so we have this. Now we can make black glass batch. This, and then some more lime. Oh, please tell me. Lime. Yeah, there was some lime. And then I think I can use crushed quartz and then borax. There. Black glass batch. Black glass batch. So, the last, I don't know, 2 hours have culminated in these 2 stacks of black glass batch. Now, I want dark glass batch, black batch glass stuff.
Tongue twister.
Words don't fail me now.
Lime and sand, and then what is this? Powdered rusty metal again. There. Powdered magnetite. There. With that and that. Oh, powdered
Dang it.
element.
Oh, that's what's wrong. Whew, finally.
Dark black glass batch. 4 stacks. Which, if you remember right, 4 of these
For nothing.
bake into one dark black glass. Let's see if I don't know what combustible prompts he has here. But let's see. 2, 3, 4. Yes. What temperature? Oh, Lord!
I take it we should be worried.
1,420 degrees.
Oof.
That's by far the highest temperature I've ever seen make this kiln to try to hit. That is going to take a hot minute. Very hot minute. 1,400 degrees. So what I do with the combustible props is I actually look at the smelted ratio and I make sure there's at least that many of the ingredient, right? That's why when I put 1 in here, it said no, nothing. You had to put 4 in order for it to see it. But yeah, this thing is chewing through the power right now, trying to heat itself up. And I don't have this automated right now, so I could, because I have this ready for the log splitter, I could do that. And and then that, and then this, and this.
I forgot to power the log splitter, but all good now.
Excellent. Yeah, there's no power to deliver to it, which is why it's empty, because this thing is chewing all of our power up right now. Still hasn't hit 1400, 1420. We're almost there. So normally, the reason why that's so high, normally you'd have to make these, you'd have to put this into a bloomery. That's the intention there. But not with vintage engineering. You can straight up craft these in the kiln, which is what it's for. The kiln is basically a high temperature oven, taking the place of a fire pit. But it consumes a lot of power. And we finally have won our first dark glass. Look at that. 2 hours. Oh, thank God. You can break it. And it's not like Minecraft where you break glass and it just like shatters it. It's like, oh.
I think you would cry.
Oh my God, I would cry after this process. All right, that's going.
And if it did, you probably have to spend another 2 hours making the thing that makes it, break without shattering.
Yeah. Well, a way to cheese that system is just turn it into a chiseled block and then break the chiseled block. That's how you would cheese that. Okay. A little bit of this frit mix left. Wow, I wonder what the bake time on this stuff is. This is crazy. Yeah, nothing has particle effects or sound effects, stuff like that. I'm still holding out hope that the community sort of comes together and helps with some of that stuff, because it's not really my area of expertise. But, adding sound effects to this stuff, even if it's just like a low hum or whirl or whatever, like, it would be nice. Some of the sound effects in QP Tech were just really annoying. They never went away. So usually for my sound effects, I like stuff to be a little bit more subtle. Because if it's loud and repetitive and it's non-stop, then it's like, then you just try to mute it. It's cool at first, but then it's like, no thanks. So I could reconvert the black glass that Renegade has left here to the powder and then convert that, but I'll just go give him back the... This is struggling for power now, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, I think I started by mentioning one of the other systems that I haven't implemented yet is the priority system. So it's built in. There is a priority system. Built into like the power system. But it doesn't. Right now it's not exposed to the UI, and I'm not sure how to do that. So there's two options. The two ways, and feedback would be appreciated. But the two ways to do that would be to make make it a drop down, right, and have a finite number of numbers in the drop down, right, from like 1 to 20. So you open the UI. Well, here's what I'm envisioning. The two options. So there's the easy option, and then there's the oh my god, I want to die sort of option. So the easy option is load up this, and I would have to customize the UIs some way, but there would be a drop down for priority, and it would be a pretty much standard across all the machines, all the generators, and you would set the priority, right, and that would update the chain of command basically, and setting a priority would resort the electric network, and because higher priorities would get their power first, or would get their power removed first in case of a generator. So the drop down giving you a finite number of priority is one option. That's the easier option. The second option is it's just a text box that allows you to put whatever you want. That is the harder option because there'd have to be a lot of verification. You wouldn't be able to put like ABC in there, right? So for me, I'd like to go for the easy option and just make it a finite number of numbers, like 1 through 20. That's your option. 20 different priorities. I don't ever see a situation where you would need more than 20 divisions of a priority on a network. I just never. I don't even think you need 20. Right? You have certain machines you want to higher priority than other machines, but I don't see like the reason why you would have more than even 10 of those divisions. Like these two machines are higher priority than all of these. You just go to set, because right now everything defaults to 5. The JSON priority sets to 5 everything. I'm barely even looking at that value. I'm not even paying attention really. And yeah, so everything sort of defaults to 5. And if you set that in the UI, I would have to call up the chain and inform the electric network, hey, my priority changed, reorder the priority system in here. Because it's keeping track of all the block entities. And a change of priority would be a pretty major change, because it would have to basically rebuild and reorder, re-verify all the block entities in that category. So if it's a consumer, aka a machine, you would have to go through all of the consumers and reorder and re-verify all the priorities. Same with producers and storage. Like any broad category would have to reshuffle that specific list and reorder it. So there's a lot of back end behind the scenes with the priority, but it's it's just kind of busy work. It's very, very possible. But I mean, what is the general idea? What is the general consensus of what should be possible? What is the best way to approach that? Weird sound.
Sorry, I was a bit distracted, so I'm gonna rewatch the stream and kind of listen in on that again. Hopefully, I'm not the only one here.
You're the
No, I'm
only
here.
one talking. Basically, it was like to set a priority, a finite number of priorities in a drop-down list, or a human editable text box that you could put in whatever number you wanted. Those are the two options. Handled behind the scenes, once the value is verified, they're handled exactly the same. The difference is the UI and how to handle that with the UI and setting that up. That's the primary difference.
I think most people would prefer a drop down, like the power users would probably want a text box. I suppose one thing you could do is have a text box that enables a drop down that enables a text box, but then you're basically doubling your work.
Yeah, that's that's a lot of repetition of work and not really something that I would want to do. So is that the same? Did that just get the dark glass is the same darkness once it's chiseled? That seems like an oversight to me. Why would that suddenly... God, why is it always nighttime? Jesus Christ. Every time I want to like look at the brightness of something, it's always nighttime. Can we sleep just for a few hours until daytime?
Sure.
Jesus. I'm trying to figure out how dark this glass is, and it's like... God damn. Sleep until like 8 o'clock or something. 8 or 9. There we go. Thank you. So that's that darkness. That's that darkness. We take okay. Then
Can I borrow you again, Oz?
Sure, be right there. This is weird. Occasionally, my sound has been cutting out.
Oh, mine does
But
that all the time.
If I fall and then it triggers the hurt sound, it comes back.
In the back, then.
I was just testing my sound on your door.
Oh.
So
Okay, see the pillar here.
it is marginally darker. It's not as like well, I guess that's
Now, here's my idea.
Okay.
I have 4 options on the front and 1 option on the back.
Oh, damn.
The bottom corner is leaving it as is.
Yeah. And then,
The back is going 1 block deeper and adding ever so slightly darker shaded block in there.
oh, okay.
And the front
Oof.
3 are glass. Well, the top 2 are glass. And the bottom one is... Bottom one is andesite.
Andesite, okay.
And the one on the back is white marble.
I like the upper left one. Because the purple really stands out, and then you have that glass effect too. The andesite is good, but the glass is just so much nicer.
Okay.
Because when you're looking at it, it's kind of a mind frail.
Now the other thing is...
I'm hoping you're going to be able to use that tool to duplicate, because otherwise, oof.
I mean,
Now,
it's darker, but
they're both
I
the same color.
I thought for sure it would be like darker, like dark, much dark. But I guess beggars can't be choosers. Why does
Oh,
that
I see the-
sound of that?
The top one you had dug in deeper. I see.
Yeah, it's 1 block deeper in the bottom.
Oof. I think the top one looks better, but that looks like a lot of work.
Well, right.
Maybe ask.
just making it 1 deeper is not that much work. The amount of work that is involved in doing this isn't the chiseling part. It's making the damn glass.
Yeah. Maybe ask Buggy's opinion.
Buggy is going crazy right now. I think one of my neighbors is like sawing a log or something because I can hear this sawing sound. I'm just like, what? I think I'm going crazy. I honestly think I'm going crazy. Okay,
Shoot,
what?
It's too,
What?
over this way. It's too cold for the bushes.
Yeah.
They're resetting.
Yep. Bushes are.
But that's not. That's to be expected.
Show them the end product first. Where it's going. Up in the house over here, Buggy.
Oh,
In the house. Ooh.
Yeah, it's pillar. Okay.
Okay. So it's going in,
Yeah.
something's going into the ridge. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, come over here. Now, he likes the glass on the left side. The top is 2 blocks deep, the bottom is only 1.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's
I'm gonna check the animals.
I mean, I like.
Somehow,
Somehow what?
somehow we got chickens actually in the pen.
Um. I don't know. Like that's. I mean, I like the 2 block deep look. The fact that it's like floating. The corners are like floating rock. I don't know how that. I don't know how much I like that.
Yeah, that was a slight concern, but it's also something you won't really see.
My main thought when looking at this was, like, you could pick. You wouldn't want to do the whole thing. There's way too much. It's way too close together. But if you look at the pillar, you could have like the very center. You could dig it 2 blocks deep, and then add a light, sort of like you did out here, or the glow effect, and add that, and then add the glass in front of that, and you'd have this line glowing inside the pillar. As far as the outside, God, I think there's too many divisions. It's too busy. There's too many horizontal divisions in the thing.
So maybe if
you made
fill in every other line.
Yeah. You could probably do something with the corners a little bit different, but
Well, yeah, apparently my sound is cutting out more than I thought.
yeah, that's in my opinion, it's just much. But it was just too the divisions up there were just too many. You can't why can't you copy paste it?
Because the bottom is part of the block.
Oh, I didn't realize that. But that was a full block down there. Yeah,
The ancient pillar, is that something from like the base game or one of the?
It is,
modded
but you
dungeon?
can't.
Yeah.
Usually, you can't craft them. But my ancient quartz blocks mod is why he's able to craft those.
Okay.
And one blueprint.
Yeah, but my
One
quartz
blueprint,
blocks
yeah.
mod is the main. Yeah, being able to craft that with the quartz. Yeah, I like that. As far as the depth of the thingy, man, I don't know how that glass. I mean, it's really a subtle color. And if you have blue on the outside, I would keep that color motif and not reinvent a different color inside. I would keep with that color scheme. So you've got the whitish from marble, you've got the dark purple from obsidian, and you've got the blue of whatever color that is. I would keep with that inside here with that pillar, in some way, shape, or form. So you could go like up the middle. You could do a stripe right up the middle of obsidian, or on the sides. Here's what I would play with. I would do dark obsidian in the gaps that you have. Right, the gaps in this pillar right now. I would put obsidian to fill those gaps. and then down the middle of the block, down the middle, that stripe already is there. So it already looks like there's a division, so might as well use it. And what I would do is I would break that stripe down 2 deep, and then on that depth I would add that blue color of a glow, not a light, but a glow. Add that whatever blue color number that is, and on top of that you would have glass, and it would just be a plain glass. I wouldn't even want to color the glass. So you would have the stripe.
So 1 stripe 2 deep, right up the middle, all 4 sides.
Yeah, and that stripe would be the glowy blue part, and then the edges and the divisions that you have on everything else, that would be the obsidian, because
Okay.
that would be a good contrast. Plus the glow would match really well with what you have outside here.
Okay.
The kind of grittiness of obsidian could also add to that effect.
Yeah, and you have to be a pretty bright situation to be able to see a lot of texture in obsidian. So it makes for a good, like, really dark, shadowy contrast to the white quartz or marble. Okay.
Is there a wooden axle out here?
Man, this is weird. I'm getting some sounds, but not others, and it's so inconsistent. I mean, it's driving me sane.
I mean, if anything, probably rejoin and see if that
Fix it.
irons that out.
Yeah. Ray had made some comments. I don't know if you noticed that, but it sounds like he likes your changes.
Yeah, we'll see. I didn't fix anything. It's just he's on the right track. That's half the battle. Trust me, that's half the battle. Finding a motif, a color motif, is not easy to do. Finding what goes with what, yeah, is rough.
Well, I thought art nowadays was just duct taping a banana to a wall.
Yeah, it can be in certain circles, certainly.
I think it was you that was telling us about that.
Yeah, there's some of these stupid art installations that are just like the guy's just like throwing paint at a wall and then walking away, and it's just like, what? That's little or no thought goes into it, and it's like, oh, this is art. It's like, no, it's not. It was funny. There was a really famous artist who did these. This was like 30 years ago. So this art hit the market, and it was just very abstract colors and brush strokes. Like, it was just random. It looked random, right? But the art scene just kind of went crazy for it, and the art was like really valuable. It was selling for a lot, like thousands of dollars for original pieces, tens of thousands. And it came out later that it was actually a zoo elephant that they had trained with to use its trunk to paint on just big canvases, and it just the elephant was the one that was doing all the art, and that's where it came from. Yeah, and I don't really know after that, like, did the art increase in value or decrease?
Got something for you.
All right, what's up?
Got stuff for you. Oh, wait a minute here.
Yeah, gotta turn your magnet off.
Yep. Okay. Let's try this again.
Okay, Frit Mix Ground Black. I should have enough now again for black glass batch. If I get my inventory back. Oh, get my inventory back out. Sand.
Alright.
This lime. Yep. There's lime. Quartz. And then borax.
The only thing I'm really going to keep out of there is the poultry.
Yeah, I figured.
And then this.
You might want to watch yourself when you're out in the woods,
Yeah.
because there's a bear out there.
Ah.
The bears. Okay.
There's a bear
So that
out
was
there.
be the ilmenite.
Came across it while I was looking for resin.
Where is last batch? There. Oh, that's powdered quartz. Do I really not have any more ilmenite? Magnetite. I think I used all the rusty metal. Thank God. Do I even need any more of this? That's the question. Like, this is going to produce quite a bit. Well, maybe not. And I miscounted my windows. They're only 2 by 3, not 3 by 3. So that's 6 times 4, 8.
Oh.
14. So 6, 7,
Ugh.
14, 16.
I may have to stop soon.
So yeah, I'm gonna need at least one more batch. I think I need another crushed element here.
That's right.
Yeah, I honestly did not think today was going to be about making glass. I would not have guessed that is what today would have been. The stream today would have been about. you imagine trying to make all the different colors this way? Oh my god,
Kaleidoscope.
that would be insanity.
Wood.
Okay. Now, what should I frame the windows with? I'm thinking andesite, but not like polished andesite, but just regular old andesite rock. Mainly because I have so much of it on me. But that doesn't help. I mean, it would, I think, blend okay with the bricks. You'd have this andesite border around the window. That would look okay. I have plenty of it on me. I don't want to make the polished stuff because I don't want the border on it. I think that any texture that has a border has limited uses. Okay, there's 2 more ground fit mix. That is going to be grinding up that rusty metal. All right, let's go put these in.
Oh yeah, that's right. Use it all.
Yeah, I would need like a full room of these LV generators in order to power all these machines all at once. Which is part of the balance. That's part of the reason why the LV generator sucks so much. To encourage you to push on to the future of what's going to happen is having a wind generator. And the wind generator is actually, you know, depending on how fast it is, it's going to be pretty lucrative. But I'm hoping to, once I crack that nut, to also have batteries. Add a battery so you can store a lot of power while it's windy and use it when it's not. So yeah, a lot of things on the to-do list yet that I'm sure people are anxious to see that work. Dark glass batch. Ilmenite, magnetite, and then it's taken its time to cook these up, but I'm hoping to get the next batch done so this doesn't cool off, because 1420 degrees is that's a hefty temperature to have to get to from cold. So it's better to keep that temperature high.
All right, I'm back.
So ilmenite, rusty metal.
Oh, Spy came up with a question.
I wish I was paid.
Usually kind of the way that people quote pay for mods is that they just support them on their Patreon or something, but there isn't often too much of a reward. Sometimes early access and things like that, but yeah, it's kind of ambiguous because you're paying for something that you're going to get free anyway. But
yeah, and you know, some people expect it to be free, and they don't think of the work that goes in behind the scenes to make something happen. But I can't charge people for the mod, right? You can't do that because I don't own the game that it's modding. And the owner of the base game, they have the rights to the base game. So if I were to come in here and start charging for this mod, for one, the community would lose its mind. There's like, the modding scene is unique in that there is an expectation of it being free and available. Now, depending on the mod, there can be people out there that support it, and they're like, well, I recognize that this is several hundred or even 1,000 hours of work that went into this. Here's some money. Either, you know, here's $20 or here's $10 a month for the next whatever, right? Those kinds of things you kind of have to rely on. For most of the modding community, you have to rely on the kindness of strangers to get any sort of monetary result. And that can be futile. But you know, they're out there. You know, they're Patreons, and I've got a few Patreons, and their support, like, they do exist. But the modding community in general, you don't charge for mods. Now, Minecraft, one of the things that Minecraft modders, the big ones, one of the ways that they're making money is because on CurseForge, and CurseForge is a derivative of Twitch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that website has advertising, and as popular as Minecraft is, that they can get paid a small portion of the advertising revenue depending on how many downloads their mod has. So the more popular a mod, the more money that the mod owner can get with revenue sharing. Now, I don't know anything about how much it brings in. I doubt it's a lot, but it is a little bit. But it's derived from the advertising revenue from the site that you download from. And I do get a tiny amount of money from advertising on YouTube from videos or streams, you know, but it's a minuscule amount, like like barely enough to buy a cheap cup of coffee. You know, it's like, it doesn't account for much. But I'm assuming that, like, the big mods on CurseForge that have 50 million downloads, I'm sure that it could be several $1,000s. I'm assuming the revenue share from something that big and popular would be at least worthwhile. But typically the reason why people do it is it can be a way to get your foot in the door in gaming company. So like a game when it starts another chapter, right? So when they started work on the content for like the next Elder Scrolls game, which they're working on right now, one of the things they do is look at the modding community, and they see like the handful of modders that have done like exemplary work for mods for like Skyrim. They will hire those people to make content for the new game. So modding is a way in the door that would otherwise not be available, because the gaming industry is exceptionally hard to get into. So modding is one of the few ways to get your foot in the door, and prove that you're capable of, either the technical work of programming, or artistic or creative of, like in the case of like Skyrim, like world building, like building the level, building the lore, adding the content, understanding the tools available to you. It's invaluable to have somebody on staff that already knows all of that, and be able to hire somebody that is already familiar with the tools, right? So vintage engineering, for me, I have been so embedded into the API and the code base for the game that like I can see a myriad of ways to improve things to the base code and the API to make things better for modders and make things better for the game. Like I'm so familiar with it now that it's almost like it's a lot easier for me to problem solve with the API, knowing what I know. And that level of familiarity with an API is actually invaluable to the owner of said API in trying to get help. Because hiring somebody cold that has no previous knowledge of the API, there's a huge learning curve there, right? There's a massive learning curve. But if you bring somebody in that already has a pretty good idea of what's going on behind the scenes, like, it's invaluable that they can hit the ground running and immediately know of a myriad of ways of improving. So that's kind of like it can be a primary motivator to some modders, or a secondary benefit from others, to get hired on and say, hey, you're capable of this. Let's see what you can do. Now, when it comes to me and the code, I'm hopeless when it comes to rendering stuff. I still struggle with understanding what's going on. I still struggle with figuring that out. Like I know how to put in code that works, but inventing new code that is untested to see if it works, like that is to me that is a lot harder. It's not my expertise, my level of expertise. Powdered metal.
Sorry if somebody ended up with an extra, like a honeycomb, randomly. Out harvesting them.
Not me.
All right, I'm gonna have an exemplary amount of dark glass. So it is what it is. Okay, that's gonna take a decent amount of time to smelt that all down. This is finally down. That's good. Now, let's check our fuel levels. Yep.
Looks like you got it all.
This is generating, so let's use what's left of this. As long as it's above 100 degrees. So that last piece is counting down now, and it's 1300 degrees. So even when the countdown stops, it's above 100. So as this cools off, it'll still be burning power. So there's a way to min-max the generators. If you are really low on fuel, you can min-max the generators by feeding them one fuel at a time and letting them heat up and burn the fuel and then cool back down to 100. Then you put another one in and it heats it back up. Eventually, way down the road, if there's interest and if there's support, because support is a big thing. I could enable a signal. I could like augment and add a signal mod to be able to like really finitely control. You know, a signal output would be like temperature, timer, power, right? That would be an output. And then you could do signal conditions and be like, oh, when the temperature is below 100 and the timer is, 0, put one more fuel in, right? Just put one more in and then reset it. But yeah.
Spy made another comment.
I don't know about that, Spy. I do know of one mod for this. It's basically an API for The Sims 4. Years ago, I was looking at like other people's patrons to see kind of like what should be like expectations, and I ran across, and it was specifically like modders, like what modders are making. So like Pam's Harvest Craft. I looked at Pam's patron. This was several years ago. But Pam's Harvest Craft was up to like $3,200 a month for her patron. And I was like, holy snap, like crazy to keep that mod going. She had a huge support system. And so I was browsing around at other patrons and I came across one. And it was for The Sims 4 and it was largely an API, but it was called Wicked Whims. And Wicked Whims was an API for The Sims 4 to add adult content to The Sims 4. And by adult content, I won't go into detail. Let your mind wander. And when I ran across that, I was like, what is this person's patron? Because I was like, this is pretty risque stuff, right? Like, this is not mainstream. So I went to their patron, $16,000 a month. And I was like, I'm in the wrong damn business. I'm like, $16,000 a month for their patron to keep the Wicked Whims, because every update of The Sims 4 was breaking his mod, right? The API, and there was a large amount of mods that used his API to function. But it was all of the adult content stuff for The Sims 4 uses that base set. And so, that was a massive API. And the person that made that API was making some good money. I mean, you multiply that, $16,000 a month times 12. That's a pretty decent yearly salary. So yeah, it can be lucrative. Or you could be like me and put, several thousand of hours work in, and people be like, oh, we're just going to steal that code. Luckily, that guy was amenable to fixing it. He was like, I'm just trying to learn, blah blah blah, and I was like, I have no problem with you learning from my code. But there's a difference between learning from my code and blatantly copying it and putting no effort into actually learning how it works. If you just blatantly copy somebody's like objects, there's no effort put into like how this actually functions. So I was like, you can learn all you want, but you just don't put out another mod that uses my code as your own. Like, that's not how it's done. I used for my wiring system, I used to learn how to do it, I used the signals mod. the wiring system from that. But I spent months literally unwinding the objects in that mod and then rebuilding them from the ground up again to be more extensible for other uses other than the signals and to use other textures. Because he had hard coded the textures for the wires in that. And I had to unwind all of those objects to figure out how to insert new textures into the wires. So I spent months working on that code. You could still be like, oh, well, you use, blah, blah, and it's like, it a lot of the functions are named the same because if I'm updating the wire meshes, why call it anything other than update wire meshes? It's like, it's updating the wire meshes. Why wouldn't I call it that? So there is a little bit of that, but I mean, the guy had my vintage engineering.gui like code directly pasted in his thing. There was no effort at all of actually figuring out how it all works. And he basically stole this bar here, right? He was using this. He basically stole my UI, like the entire UI, the button, dark box, like the entire UI. He just directly copied and pasted it. And it's like, no, the point is learn how to make it and then make your own. Tweak it a little bit. Make it your own some way, somehow. And if you're going to use this here, right? This took like 2 weeks to figure out how to do this. Like, all you need to do is make my modded dependency and then call that, right? You don't blatantly copy and paste the code. It's already done. All you need to do is call it by making my modded dependency. And then you can use it, but you don't just copy and paste somebody's code and just make it your own, like with zero editing. So yeah, that's why that made me mad. But people have been using my mods to learn coding for quite some time, and that I have no problem with. Okay. I don't need any more sand. Yeah, a single stack of sand is going to get me like 4 stacks of glass. So even though it's super tedious, it's crafting these things, you get a decent amount out. Okay, I think I have 16 polished, so let me grab my shovel.
Wow, wrangling goats is a process.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. It's so strange too, because I've mentioned that they can leap over more than 2 blocks, but it doesn't seem to be consistent. Because sometimes they struggle getting over a 1 block height.
Yeah, I watched one jump off a cliff and survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that necessarily, but also trying to be careful not to chase them into cliffs.
No, this was just out in the, middle of nowhere. Just watch this goat just jump off a cliff and land on the ground and just carry on like nothing's going on.
let's see if Renegade has made any progress. Ooh, there we go. How do you like it?
The only thing I'm debating is doing that.
I mean,
And I
instinct tells me to keep it one solid, nice, unbroken line, but
because I did put yeah, like, can you just see where I put the glass?
yeah, this right there. Yeah, that line right there.
There is a single block of glass there.
Yep, right there.
Because I can barely make it out on my screen.
I mean, you don't have to use. I mean, if you want to leave it bare, you can leave it bare.
Leave it bare.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use. You don't have to put glass in there. Which would save you glass, certainly.
Regular glass I have a lot of yet. I have enough regular glass to finish this off if I did it, but
I would continue those lines. Where's my hammer? There it is.
Oh, speaking of goats, the pen I have now seems to actually work. Having full blocks rather than fenced blocks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I haven't had an escapee since.
So it's something with the fence. They're able to.
Yep.
They're basically able to wiggle through it.
I think I kind of know what it is. When they're butting up against something, it's like they climb block by block. If that makes any sense.
They can scale a vertical.
Yeah.
Like a vertical thing.
So they're essentially a block higher than what it looks like. But with the fences, since they're not really full block, they get to the top and then they can kind of teleport. You know, they keep trying to scale it, and the way I had it was, you know, there's a roof, and once they get to that roof, they're not at the boundary of it, so they kind of pass into it, and then they're inside it, and then they can just move out. But obviously, without knowing exactly what's going on, that's all speculation.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the goat code. So,
Goat code.
the goat code is not something I've seen. So I could only speculate as well as to what could be causing that. All right, where's my pantograph? There it is. Let me grab that. Oh, I need some food. That's, you know, eating in this game, sometimes you just forget to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
Sometimes,
it doesn't help when
or
you're
all the
wearing
time.
titanium armor all the time.
Yeah.
You just go through food like crazy.
I don't think armor doesn't make you hungry.
No, it makes you less hungry.
Yeah.
Or some of it does. Some of it makes you hungrier.
Yeah, the vanilla armor, like the heavier the armor, the more hungry it makes you. For the titanium stuff, I kind of flip that. The minus 10% hunger rate for the titanium armor is you don't get hungry as often. All these things are chewing through power. Whew. Wow. Okay, that should maybe be enough for the rest of the house. Let's go see. Oh yeah, easily. Okay, so let's go over here. Over here.
Boats also are rather annoying when it comes to pathing because they'll, a lot of them will try to run away from you, like a lot of animals, but not necessarily goats. They'll run away from you, but then if they're blocked, they'll just go psycho and go wherever the hell they want.
Okay, so how do I want to do this?
Up there, finally. Now let's see if I can find the other female that's around here.
So that's one option. Oh, all right, let me go get.
Be right back.
Oh man, whatever happened to all of our obsidian?
Nice.
Oh, there's a way other than removing that. Yes, I know there's a way. I just thought of a way to make this less fewer chisel motions. Okay.
Less tedious pull?
Yeah, less tedious. Okay, so those are the two I'm thinking right now. Those are the two options. I'm leaning towards the basalt. So it is honestly like I'm leaning towards that because it contrasts nicely. Then the inside of this would be like that. And then I would have to You can actually chisel dirt now, believe it or not.
Nice. And since you left me the option of not believing it, I'll go with that one.
Oh, you must believe. Oh, that's hard to see. That is devilishly hard to see. Wow. Yeah, because I wanted to do this.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Man, the difference the magnet makes is just crazy.
Difference in what?
Well, just the attraction rate.
Oh,
It's like there's no real question. Oh, do I have it on? Do I not have it on?
No, it's a little bit easier on myself.
What's that?
Okay. Now. Let's convert all of these. Okay. Now. Part of me wants to add a light. One of these voxels going all the way around the window would be a light. Because that's the general. I'm going for like a Tron, like crazy light, futuristic, I don't know, look to this building. Yeah, I think I like the andesite here and then the basalt on this window frame here, but let me go grab a few of those lights.
Okay.
Gotta head out.
I am. I'm falling asleep here.
Uh-oh.
Oh shoot.
Been there,
Yeah.
done that.
Yeah, I've actually been up since like 5 in the morning, so.
Wow.
Ah.
Been there, done that too.
And I went to bed early last night too because I was tired. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah,
Well, have a good sleep.
Yeah. Thank you, and I guess I'll see you around, Oz.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, you usually drop in.
Oh,
when
in
I'm,
the
like, playing.
when you're playing. Yeah. I
Yeah.
just like to check up on the farm every now and then. Yeah, we'll see then.
Yeah, because I'm like you. I'm a bit of a well, I have narcolepsy,
Ah.
so it's like it's one of the reasons why I'm not allowed to drive anymore. So I had to give up my license a couple of years back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least you don't have
Oh,
necromancy, because that would be bad.
Falling asleep at the wheel is a bad thing.
It is.
It is.
I never experienced this, but I knew a guy, and I've heard from other people that experienced it, where he had I don't think he technically had narcolepsy, but he had something similar. And every now and then he just, you're riding in a car with him, and he's in the middle of a sentence, and all of a sudden he just starts talking, and the person would look over at him, and he's asleep. And I think it was my older brother told me about this, that he was in the car with him once, and he was literally reaching for the door so he could jump out, and then he starts talking again. It's just
Wow.
like,
Wow.
oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'd be reaching for the door too.
I mean, I certainly hope you're not that bad.
Oh no, I'm not that kind.
Okay.
I forgot what that's called. It is actually a form of narcolepsy, though.
It is okay.
It is. It's kind of akin to like sleepwalking.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I've never actually I've never come across it myself. But yeah, for me it was just like I'd fall asleep for no apparent reason whatsoever. It just for some reason I just get tired and then I go to sleep. So
I assume you've been to doctors and stuff?
yep.
Okay.
That's the reason
'Cause
why
I was gonna
I
say-
lost my license.
I was gonna say it could be, like blood sugar levels or something like that.
Oh,
but
no.
they would have
But
picked
like
that
you,
up.
I got low blood pressure too. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But my problem is that every once in a while I'll suffer a gray out. That's
Oh.
when basically my eyesight gets all blurry and I can't see a damn thing.
Ah.
Because not enough oxygen is getting to my brain.
Yeah.
So-
It's probably related to that.
And
then.
that comes with low blood pressure.
Yep.
And there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
Nope. There's nothing they can do about it. So, but yeah. But see, having low blood pressure means that you're also prone to anemia as well.
Yep.
So,
And especially as you get older, higher risk of stroke.
yeah. I don't
I-
think about that.
I don't know if you need to worry about it, but that's probably how my brother had a stroke.
Yeah.
He was only
Well,
48.
I'm only in my 50s, so.
My brother was 48.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. I just right now the only thing I'm combating with is my liver.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oof.
I got a non-alcoholic fatty liver.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, it's easier to cure the alcoholic version than it is the non-alcoholic version.
Well, I mean,
that's-
the shame is you have that and you weren't even drinking alcohol. It's like you didn't even get to enjoy getting to the fatty liver the normal way.
No. I'm on the age where it's not the quantity, it's the quality. Anyways, good night, and I'll see you guys, whenever.
Yeah,
Yep,
have a good one.
later.
Later.
I think that's the first time Arms mentioned your age.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I sort of guessed, considering the 35 years in construction. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Is true.
Well, that's square plus. Yeah, I think that to do one of these. I need to do. All right, that's the standard. I think the standard. All right. this. And I need a bunch more of those creative light things. Okay, so those I can craft. Grab 2 stacks of those. Oh, 2 more stacks. Two stacks of resin. That's a lot of resin. White marble polished. I think it's it's hard to tell. It's the other way around. It's that way around. I'll work on the shape in a second.
One thing I haven't dealt with yet, but find really fascinating is the grafting system for fruit trees.
Oh yeah, you can graft one type
Yeah,
onto another type. Yeah, it's just basically just matches. Um, it just grows leaves depending on what type is nearby.
yeah,
Kind of a weird system. I don't know why he included it, but
yeah. I don't know. I know in real life, one of the reasons that they graft different species onto each other is that some of them the the roots grow better in some species than other. So they have one that has a really good root system, and then they graft another tree on top of that. Um, and I think sometimes they'll even, like they'll have one that's like a better trunk, and then they might skew off another. Like the branches are better supported by a stronger trunk. But I would think they probably graft use the one with the good roots in that case. Because I think every graft is basically rolling the dice whether it's going to take or not.
all right. Those are all the materials in the window. Oh, this is gonna be. I need to do one window complete. I can't do it. I can't copy and paste these two because these have. This one at least has the extra andesite, and I don't want to. I don't want to have to paste andesite, no, because I'm not using it. I don't want to paste it if I'm not using it. But yeah, so I need to completely do one window, and then I can paste that shape all the way around.
Yeah, we're definitely crossed into the colder months because of the all the food is getting preserved a lot better. We're already seeing like double the time. I'm guessing this one's bugged because I've got some food down in the basement that's going to be preserved for 100 years.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's strange because I could have swore, if I remember correctly, it's probably the cassava in it. And if I remember right, the ones with cassava weren't going to preserve much. So I think there's something funky where it's somehow inverting the values or something. Putting out some a little bit spoiled food. You're welcome, I think.
It's flavorful.
Yes, flavor. That's what we'll call it. And the flies that attract, that's just more protein.
Exactly.
Ooh, pumpkins are coming in. In your requests for pumpkin products, probably cook up a pumpkin pie. I know those turn out pretty good.
I don't think I've had any pumpkin yet.
Okay. I think I did. I turned most of it into stews or something. 'Cause I know I had a little bit of it. I think if you mix vegetables, you get a little bit extra out of them, but then it'd change the name. So I'm just gonna make straight up pumpkin pie. Walked into the ground and pound, and I'm hearing the pulverizer just going to it.
Well, that should be long done. We
Yeah.
shouldn't need that on anymore.
Yeah, I'll turn it off. The borax is all ground up.
Yep. I just threw a bunch in there, and I wasn't even sure how much we were going to need, so...
Yep. Oh, should I get the log splitter loaded up? We made it, and I'm not even sure if we used it yet.
You can probably put a batch of something in there. Just put a stack of like redwood logs.
Yeah, redwood seems to be the way to go. A lot easier to collect.
Yeah, it grows in much higher quantities.
Are you not able to copy those windows? Copy paste them? Or...
Well, I have to make one. I have to do
Oh,
it
okay.
once, and then I can copy and paste it. But I have to make at least one.
Okay. I thought I had seen you.
Well, I was prototyping this one, but this one has andesite in it. I'm not going to use that one, so I don't want to paste that one because that would just consume a bunch of andesite that isn't actually even used in the block.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh. Now. Oh, way faster, everybody. Being able to. The first one, that took 20 minutes. The next two took literally 15 seconds. So, way, I would highly recommend the Chisel Tools mod.
Yeah.
What a difference. All right, now I need to copy and paste. Copy and paste. Does that paste the materials? It does, but I mean, I can.
He says it looks good.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other requests for pie types?
Requests? No, I don't have any
Yeah.
requests.
I ended up with more dough than I needed, so I gotta make a few more.
Dough.
I could make some Sweeney Todd style meat pies. Hey, Death, come over to my butcher shop or my barber shop.
You saying I need a haircut?
Yes, let's go with that. I'll make cabbage pie because of the ridiculousness. With a cabbage pie, it'll probably have like double the oh man, I was wrong. It's over double. 1120 grain satiety and 3600 vegetable.
Nice.
Yeah, they are a crazy one. And of course, I forgot to light the stoves or ovens.
That saved me literally hours of chiseling.
Yeah.
Not sure what to do about this little problem. I mean, I could make these chiselable, but the problem is they wouldn't grow after that. So either I have to wait for them to be grassy and then chisel them, or break them and make them these polished and then have just the polished underneath. Which is kind of, that's my instinct to do that. Have the polished blocks underneath. Probably that.
There we go. Pie-a-palooza. Oh wow, the pumpkin pie actually ends up with even more satiety in it. Still 1120, but then 3840 rather than 3600. Well, in 12 game days, we should be able to see, well, give or take, if the blue cheese room is functional now.
Oh yeah, what'd you change? Anything?
Well, this is the first year we're trying, well, first year in a while anyway, that we're trying from scratch. The other ones I had grabbed them from the cheddar cheese room instead. Because it's only active part of the year because of our climate.
What it looks like it's down to is the light level of the room. And
yeah, and I don't see how that's possible because the other change that I make, which I don't think is really going to affect it, is I dug straight down. If you were to come out to where the layer of sticks is, I dug straight down, like 30 blocks over and then back up.
yeah, it all
So
depends on if the light calculation is the basic like horizontal, like how far does it spread horizontally, right?
Yeah.
So my instinct was take the hole off like the back wall of that room and just go like 25 blocks straight out and then come up from that. Because the sun's brightness, can't remember what it is, but if it's checked just like block A is full sun because it's vertical to the sky, right? So block A is full sun. Does the game just calculate, oh, I'm 12 blocks away from full sun, therefore take the sun value minus 12 and there's your light value, right? So it all depends on like the subtleties of how it actually calculates that light value.
Yeah.
And
kind of like 7 days, the funky way their horizontal calculations worked.
right, like it has to be a basic calculation. So I don't think it's calculating. I don't think it's ray tracing the light through the tunnel. Right? There's no way that it's doing that. So I think it's just a basic like how far away from you are how far away are you from the source block of light, right? So the sun visible to the sky, that's the source block, and then what's the horizontal difference between that and where you are? And I think that's how it calculates the light level. So again, like having a like the original tube you had where you had to go one direction and then go up 2 blocks and then another direction wasn't working because it's not ray tracing that value of light through that block. It's just offsetting the light depending on how far away it is, which is why I thought, like, just take the block off the back of that wall, go straight back. I don't even know how many blocks, like 30 blocks. I'd have to look at the light level of the sun. But it's not more... I don't think it's... what would the light level be of the sun? I don't know. I know it's not more than... I don't think it's more than 30. The value of it. And the value is what determines how many blocks it goes.
I
So-
want to say you said something about 25 at one point.
Yeah, but that was just like an instinctual, like, this could be it. I'd have to look at the wiki. If anybody out there knows the wiki, try to do a search on what the light level of the sun is, and that gives
Actually,
you
I've got the wiki here.
that would give you how many blocks away you'd have to be before the light level is dead.
Come over to the tunnel. I cleared all the bundle of sticks out of there, so you could take a look if you wanted.
Yeah, see the fact that it's super bright. I went down here and then over, but when I went back up, it got bright again.
Yep.
So the other thing that I thought of is, since we're using natural blocks in that room, if we look at a natural block, I don't know what the light absorption is of a natural block, but of course it doesn't show you the value. Damage, no, it's not. See, I don't want damage absorption. I honestly don't know how the light absorption system works.
Yeah.
But for some reason, something tells me that the even though that room now has raw stuff, the light level will not allow. Something is making this room really bright. I don't have a lantern on. I don't have any lights on, and yet this room is perfectly visible. And yet when I come out here and place actual blocks, right, it's still super light, but when I block the door, pitch black. So I want to, like, I'd like to know if we swapped this entire room from natural blocks to brick, some form of brick, if the natural blocks are not as good at absorbing light. Because this room is fully bright, and yet if I block it off, it is pitch black, and you need this pitch blackness to get the blue cheese. You just have to.
I'm gonna look up if there's a command for light level.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Nope.
I need some more basalt. Polished basalt. Oops. Where's the undo? There it is. Oh. That's not what I wanted to do, game. Talk about not actually undoing what I did there. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a light command. But as you said, that's unsurprising. I'm gonna replace these bundle of sticks along the passageway here. Because in my testing, they did absorb light in previous games. But he seems to have removed the whole light absorption documentation in the help. Oh, speaking of the bundle of sticks, interesting thing to note. There's a bundle of sticks right next to the pumpkin patch. A pumpkin can actually grow on top of there.
Oh.
Just floating on air.
God, that makes it so much faster.
I brought up some pear juice because I had some excess. So if you need fruit satiety, go for those first. Oh, we've had a sheep explosion.
That sounds very messy.
All or well, not necessarily all of them, but it looks like the sheeps have given birth. So 10 sheep with multiple births up to 20.
Jesus.
Yeah. The previous birth givers are no longer lactating, or are stopping soon anyway. So I needed to supplement that because we need more cheese.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you the we'd be able to supply a small country with food at this point. Like,
Yup. With cheese alone, man, that would be a mess.
that would be, yeah, that would be kind of a bad cleanup. All right, that little chore is done. Yay!
Man, you're going through all that chisel work and you call death and nine masochists.
Well, I mean, this is nothing compared to that cathedral.
Yep, that is for sure. Because I mean, you got copy paste now at the very least.
Yeah, it makes a big difference being able to just copy and paste. That cathedral is all one little voxel at a time. I mean, you were there. You helped.
Yup.
That was a lot of chiseling.
That was like 80% of the work.
Oh yeah, I mean, building the thing was nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some progress. Yay! Now, creating from zero is hard. That was a lot of work. That thing. There was no copying and pasting here. Really, the only thing you could have copied and pasted in this entire build was this pattern along the outside. And even that is like kind of troublesome because there's a different sized thing in the middle every time. Like there wouldn't have been a lot. The flooring would have been a nice thing to getting this floor. There's a lot of repetition in the floor, so it would have been nice to be able to copy that. But
Yeah, the pattern on the side, the floors, but man, yeah, not much else.
yeah, there's not a lot of repetition in this build.
Some things could have maybe cut in half, like if you needed to duplicate something. Oh, the moons in the corners, but I think you have a different star pattern on each of those, don't you?
Yeah, there's subtle difference between the two.
Yeah.
Between them all. So, and the ground underneath is slightly different on each one. You got a little light problem.
One thing is that it was great that we did that in an actual world that made it feel more better, because my words are awesome. It was a little more tough than like being in creative and just being able to spawn everything in, but the sense of accomplishment is there.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times I don't like building creative because there's too many options.
Yeah.
When you have an infinite supply of blocks, it's like, finding those limitations, and having those limitations to your build kind of brings a little bit more creativity out in the forefront. So it can be good. Ooh, that was. Fruit, grain, and dairy.
It's brought some cheese up, so you should just be able to gnaw on some raw cheese.
Is it
fruit
possible
there's
to make
taste.
fruit pies, like apple pies?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure. Like my fruit stat is always my stat that I never have problems with because of early game.
Yeah.
You're finding berry bushes everywhere, and then it's just like my fruit stat is always maxed. It seems, but
That first winter, we were having some struggles. Think. Or no, that was vegetables that we were struggling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first winter was usually tough. Winter comes around pretty fast when you start a new game.
I should have started with a larger garden, like a secondary garden or something like that, so that we could just have mass amounts of flax, but then also have the vegetables. Because yeah, the flax is what got in the way of veggies.
So if I was somebody who liked spending infinite amounts of time chiseling, I would use these alcoves in this building for sculptures. Because with the chisel, I mean, yes, it would be blocky and whatever, but you could make sculptures, relief sculptures in these alcoves, and
Yeah.
have like a statue in each one of them. That would be crazy. That'd be a crazy amount of detail. I am not good with sculpting at all. Like I can do okay with certain designs. You know, I can design certain things in certain ways, but like I'm always very impressed in Minecraft when somebody is able to build a sculpture of like a dragon, and it's like, oh, that actually looks like a dragon. And I've seen people sculpting figures in vintage. I've seen screenshots of figures sculpted in like marble, and it's like,
Oof.
I don't know how to do that. So yeah, I don't. I was thinking if I want to do some sort of design in there, but it's not going to be like a figure of anything. It might be like maybe it'll be like maybe it'll be like a chisel, sort of like my chisel in the cathedral. Only with maybe some lighting effects on it. So we have this chisel in here, which is a pretty basic shape. It's basically, yeah, 2 on the edges, if I remember right. The block, yeah, it's half and half. So this is a half and this is a half.
I've got a couple alternative ideas. Well, one idea with 2 pieces, basically alternate, because if you have just one along the side, not necessarily as effective. How about a gear, like and not like you have on the cathedral where you see the side profile. I mean like the where you see the teeth kind of coming out a little bit. And then in the other one, maybe just like a giant screw, because you're going for a vintage engineering thingamajig, and gears aren't necessarily involved in there much from what I've seen, but screws definitely.
Well, I don't have gears in the recipes yet, even though you can make them. My recipe when I did the recipes, I just was like, I got to get this done. I only have basically 2 days to do this, so it was just like a very fast. Let's get her done.
That one's later.
Yeah, that'll all come later. But the gear, now I don't know about a gear sticking out.
Not very far, mind you.
Yeah, well, I want the motif to be like sculptures or designs in the album. That's the motif I'm going for. So the chisel was one idea, a gear, but I would do the gear sort of like the gold gear in the cathedral, but I would color it to look like temporal, and it would be smaller. But it has to be recognizable as a gear, right? And if it's sticking out sideways, it might not. Especially if it's lit. How would we do that? And what would we surround it with color? If I get some marble. Or quartz. Let's see, marble. Let's compare these. White marble polished? No. I really wish the polished didn't have borders around them. That's what I really wish. But let's look at quartz. Or no, they're called ancient. Ancient segment plane might be a good idea. Let's grab some quartz. Cat. Not now. Yeah, not now. It's past her. Although I basically yesterday, I gave her a TRAT, the usual. She didn't even look at it. She was just like, she's like, well, I don't want that. So I was like, I ended up throwing it away. She didn't even eat it. And I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to do that, then you're not going to get them anymore.
It's possible. I'm assuming she's spayed, but I think even if they're spayed, they kind of go through their cycle a little bit. So that's a possibility, because I've noticed our animals, when they're in heat or whatnot, they will be funny when it's that time of the year, I guess, because they don't have that time of the month. Dare I plant another harvest of turnips?
Yeah, I'd like to see you like go off and build your own little cafe like structure. That would be nice.
Yeah. Well, the only problem is that a lot of the, like if I were to say stock the shelves, a lot of that stuff would be perishable. So
Well, I'm not saying stock the shelves, but have your own little build, have your own little corner of the world, and you could, organize. You could have it, next to the farm on the other side. You could have it in line with the street. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that, but I tend not to have a lot of extra ambition. Jeez, that's a lot of extra seeds. The boost you get from Malfactor makes a huge difference with your changes, because I think the baseline change you made is what, like a double the normal seeds?
It varied based on what it was.
Okay. Oh, I mentioned a screw also. Is that a no-go?
That would be really hard to pull off in chiseled form. Like that would, like, what defines a screw? It's the threads of the screw, and the threads. That would be very, very difficult to make it look right.
Right. Well, in a timely fashion, you can make it look really real, but graph paper and about 20 hours of sketching.
I don't even, yeah, I don't know if you would be able to make that look quite right, because it would look, you would try it 20 ways from Sunday and it would still look janky every time, because it would be like
You'd
just
have to
the
at least
angles,
break.
because the threads are at an angle, and anytime you have angles like that, is like it's going to be a zigzag of chiseled blocks, like chiseled voxels, and it would look kind of janky. I think you can try it if you know. You're more than welcome to prototype it. I just don't think it would look very well. It would be very, very hard to get right.
One thing is you'd have to either make them square rather than circular, or octagons at the like most. Wow, is this the lighting? Those lights in the window, they look orange over here. I assume because of the different sky.
The hell are you seeing? They're bright white. What do you mean orange?
Really? Yeah, this entire side here is red for me.
Uh.
Interesting.
Uh.
I'll post a screenshot in random, but I know you won't see that till later.
Oh, bless you. Bless you. Yeah. I go to pet her and she runs away. Like, goddamn cat.
Oh shoot! And now it's starting to change. It's yellow now. So
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna try and
the
get a...
it's the sunrise.
Yeah. I figured it was the sunrise or something to do with time of day. Oh, Ray said it looks red. I didn't catch it on the stream.
Looks red. No, what?
Oh no, it's not as severe on my side. Huh.
Not even close. Like, I don't
I
know.
see one thing different between ours. Yours are actually lit, whereas mine, I don't think actually are emitting the light.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's probably why they're able to take on the color from a different source. Ah, said was. Wonder if maybe at one point when you were zooming around. But yeah, you can check it out later if you're curious. But I think we did kind of solve the question. It's because they're not light sources at the moment for me, which is weird. I'd say that's probably a base game bug.
Okay.
Man, I'm surprised we're getting as many pumpkins out of the garden right now as we are. I think so far it's been 5, and I see 4 more growing right now. The pumpkin growth in this game is just so weird, though. All right, later, Ray. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Have a good evening, sir.
Oof, all the lambs grew up. Very crowded in here now. Yeah, there's a few of them. We've got some Gen 12s now. Jeez. That's the furthest we've gotten. And oh man, it would take at least a few more seasons if it was vanilla. But if I remember right, the changes you made only applied to lambs, right? Not or to sheep, not pigs.
Or what?
did you
What
tweak-
changes do you reference?
One of your mods made the birthing cycle faster for sheep.
If I changed pigs, it probably wasn't much because they're already pretty fast. But sheep, I definitely changed. I'm not 100% sure on pigs.
And I think you left chickens alone, which was fine. They're nice. Because yeah, in vanilla, the kind of best I was able to pull off was each year in the game would be a generation.
Yeah, that's basically how it's balanced.
Yeah, and that makes sense. It's emulating real life. Man, you can't even throw eggs. Their eggs are like almost useless because you can't if you do cook with them, the food spoils quickly. That's why I barely ever cook eggs. Not to mention protein is never something we're low on.
probably want to cook up another batch, or at least make some more resin. I've been going through a lot
Sure.
of resin.
We got plenty of honeycomb. I don't think I've cooked up a batch of resin yet. That's another great mod. I know we're in a next to a pine forest, so resin wouldn't be a problem, but tedious.
It's
So
yeah,
tedious.
it's tedious to get when you're using it like a stack at a time.
Yeah.
Oh, do I have the thing? Yep. Okay, so a temporal gear. What is this closest to? Of, um, $45 probably. Nope. Damn. Let's get rid of that so I don't do that again. might be too bright. It's gonna wash that color out. I should not have added. Yep, gotta start from scratch. It's too bright. Yep, way too bright.
Yeah, I'd say probably at most have just like a vein of that in the sculpture somewhere.
Well, I added light to every block, and it washes out the color of the actual light that I wanted. I wanted the light, the green of the temporal gears to come through, but because of all the other blocks that were lit up, it just washed it out. So, plus the sun is behind me, so it's hitting the. It's really bright on the side of the building. So this one I need to then convert for these. I could just use creative glow instead, and that would help.
I don't know if I've ever said this, but you can't overfill a fruit press with honeycombs.
Oh, 10. It holds 10, and that's.
Yep. Well, it's just nice because then you can just hold down the right mouse button without worrying about it. How much more resin do you think I should hook up?
How much do you make per batch?
Looks like for every 50 liters of honey, it's 30? That doesn't sound right. Think it is, though.
10 liters of honey makes 6.
Yeah.
So that would be
So
5.
50.
5 times
5 times
6.
6, yeah. So my
I
first
mean,
guess was right.
we have lots of honey. I mean, a couple stacks of resin is probably fine.
Okay.
Whatever that amounts to.
Usually when I'm batch crafting, I make like a half dozen stacks or something, but that would be a lot of work for this. And since we don't use resin often, that's kind of the clincher. That's so strange from the fruit presses. Occasionally they will stack. Like here this time I got 2 of the pressed wax blocks stacks to stack together. But usually they're in isolated chunks, and I have to put them into the crafting grid individually. I would have thought by now he's worked out all the kinks. messed up, so I had a little bit of extra honey. So I'm just like, yeah, let's just guzzle down this liter of honey.
Mm. Yummy.
Diabetes waiting to happen.
Live happy, not healthy. You're gonna die either way.
There's certainly a degree of that. Hey, checking out the pattern you're making. Nice.
It's slowly kind of coming together.
Yup. Sure, it's a lot of not necessarily guesswork, but something akin to that. Just kind of, this might do.
Yeah, it's sort of like you just sort of take a stab at it. If it doesn't work, you just clear it away and try it again, and go back and clear it away and try it again. And this is why that pantograph is such a nice thing, because you can spend a lot more time on a single design, getting a single design right, and then just paste it where you need it. Right? So you can put a lot more effort into a single piece and then reuse it, rather than stressing about how complicated something is and having to replicate it somewhere else.
Right.
Right.
I can't remember where it is, but I think there's some big work of art where it looks nice, but you look at something and it's like that it seems like it has more detail here, and it's straight up because it's just the amount of work that would have needed to go into it was astronomical, and they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna phone this in, because they had to do it over and over and over. No clue what it is, though. I just remember hearing something about that in passing.
I smell that cat. Uh-oh.
I'm not complaining. 7.5 hours without doing that.
Oh, it's strange because it says you left, not crashed.
No, I disconnected. I lost my connection.
Oh, I see. The diagonal bit might look better if it was shifted over or inward 1 block.
Hmm. Yeah. Doesn't really work where it is. Let's take it from here.
Oh, going with even the finer grained one. Oof.
That makes it look like a flower or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to suggest putting diagonals in that second corner as well, but... And I might have a slight stream delay here too. I have a feeling there's something we can do to mitigate the flower feel. But it's not coming to me.
Well, it's the diagonals that do that.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying I think you can keep the angles, but add something else to distinguish it more.
Yeah, I definitely found a bug here.
Uh-oh. What's up?
Oh. How the hell did you get an air block?
Oh!
Oh, I didn't get air block. I got 15 of them.
Wow.
Block air. That's almost literally impossible. I didn't even think.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's block ID 0 is air, but it's not an actual block. It's like, that's interesting. What did those replace something you had, or was that a
Yeah.
new thing?
Yeah, they replaced part of the wall. A building I'm building.
So those were blocks in your inventory that were converted to air?
No, it was part of the wall.
Hmm.
Maybe chiseled something into oblivion?
No, I
No, if he crashed, I don't know. I don't know how that would work because
no, I used the building gadget to build the walls, and then I've been doing other things since then. I mean, I haven't been doing that for like an hour. And when I relogged after getting dropped, I came back in and well, half this wall right here was air blocks.
yeah, there's a bug. I didn't know you used the building gadget. I was gonna say like, yeah, that's the reason. I haven't touched the building gadget mod in 2 years to fix any of the new bugs that it has. So, like, it doesn't have any of the lessons learned of client server synchronization that I've learned since then. So it's going to require a pretty substantial amount of work to get it up to par. So when you build something with the building gadget, it can be a little icky to not get something that's not the server doesn't know what's going on. And there are some weird lighting issues with this.
To me, a fair portion of it looks just green.
Well, anytime
that's probably the
when you
lighting.
were like placing blocks, it was constantly flickering because
Oh,
I think it was relighting the chunk every time you were placing a block. So it was like, yeah, it's like the lighting does change a little bit.
yeah, on my side it wasn't doing that.
When you, yeah. You look over
I
on
saw
the
a
window,
flicker.
the other side over here, there's a little bit of flicker when I do it. Like, it has to do with it relighting and it's relighting the chunk. And that is causing a little flicker, but it does go away when you stop actually placing blocks, it seems. So that's good. At least we have that.
Yeah. I mean, especially for a game that's still in development. Oof, boy, I wonder how far in development it is, how far Tyrone's gonna take it. 'Cause, I mean, as is, it's already just as far as I'm concerned, monumental success. The only thing missing is for players to abandon Minecraft and
Yeah.
migrate over.
Yeah.
And
That's really what's needed. 100%.
even though that seems unlikely, all it would take is just like a couple of big people. I mean, and then it'd be just dominoes.
Yeah, it would require people to like realize there's way more potential in modding this game and just to abandon the Microsoft like yeah.
Abandon Microsoft. They might send the paperclip mafia after you.
Clippy? I think I can handle Clippy.
Clippy Mafia, that would have been better. I couldn't think of his name. You know, I'm so tired of harvesting the sheep and stuff every time there's a new generation. I'm tempted to just in this back section put a little block of lava and just push them into that.
You don't have to keep like generations coming. We got enough food for like
Yeah,
several
but
lifetimes.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's not like we're low on cheese. It's just, you know, this is just kind of what I do in the game here is tending to the farm. And if we don't have new generations of sheep, we don't have milk.
Well,
And yeah,
true. We have
flush with milk too.
we have tons of cheese right now.
Oh, speaking of cheese, I'm not sure what's doing it, but I think waxed cheese is broken. Actually, ripening waxed cheese. Because I had one, or I had a bunch of them actually, and one of them worked, but it was ripening as just salted cheese before I put wax on it. But yeah, the other ones that I had waxed, they never ripened. So I don't know if that's a base game issue or if there's some weird mod conflict at play. Wow. Yeah, I'm in the blue cheese room and we have 3 full rows of cheese ripening. And that's all since it had started getting colder to the point of allowing them to ripen there. Oh man, those pumpkin pies are filling. Ah, steeper angle at the bottom. That helps. Sorry if I'm in your way there.
No.
Oh, how about having a vein of different colored light going down the center of it, middle of that
It would
black.
wash it out. The colors would either mix, and it would eliminate the green hue, which is what it's supposed to be, green like a temporal gear.
Yeah.
So if you add another color, how the game actually does it is it blends the colors together. So
Okay. Shoot.
yeah. So that's one of the reasons why I removed all of the light from all of these blocks, because it was washing out the color of the light, and so any added light would wash it out. Which is why I was tempted to do the glow instead of the light, because the glow would be that color. I think I guess I haven't really crafted any of the glow variants, but I think that looks okay. It's a little bit. Don't know if I like that these connect.
Yeah, with that center one connecting and the rest not, it doesn't look quite right.
Yeah.
But yeah, with all of them connecting, it doesn't also look right. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Oh, here's a thought. Try connecting the line all the way to the wall.
Which line?
So you've got a line connected on the top corners here on these back set of cubes. Try connecting or putting a line there. Yeah, there you go. I'm struggling to express what I'm trying to say. I think that helps.
Yeah, that does help.
Now in these it has one of those like weird impossible cube feels, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's the illusion I was wanting in there, is to keep sort of the cube, because it's a cubed world. I mean, have a few cubes in there that kind of looks like they kind of a weird optical illusion, and having the multiple layers makes it look like it's actually more 3D than it actually is. Even though you could do the 3D, like, yeah. I could bring out the edges, and I could make it so it sinks in if I wanted to, but
yeah.
I think that works.
Right now the only possible complaint I have is that now the bottom looks much better than the top.
Well,
but that's also one of those kind of fiddly things. I mean, you could work on this literally all day and find little improvements.
Yeah, you can.
Having a detailed bottom makes a little bit of sense, though, because that's the base of the structure. That's my excuse.
Yeah, I just didn't want to make it too busy.
Yeah.
Having the bottom a little busier kind of brings out some three-dimensionality, and then the top is supposed to sort of just fade away. Tempted to make the background of the entire, like the circle that the gear is in, make that all black so the gear sticks out, but it would make it look like it's sort of floating in there, and I don't know how much I like that idea.
Perhaps if there was a third color you could put in there, something darker but not black. Or not the same black, anyway.
You could do a little bit of obsidian in there, but that's 4 blocks. That's 4 blocks inside of there. Yeah. I don't want to get too busy with the colors either. Having too many colors is not ideal either. You want to limit your palette.
Maybe... Probably wouldn't want to do it diagonally, but perhaps...
How about we do... Let's see what happens if I do.
Yeah, that's about what I was suggesting. I was thinking maybe a thinner line all the way through. And then another one horizontally, perhaps?
There's no... that would basically be the entirety of it.
If it was thinner, it wouldn't be as much, or as glaring. Yeah, like that.
That means this I would want to be thinner as well.
And then the center, I could see that going either way. Because the larger bit could be like a bolt holding it in. Or an axle, I suppose it would be. The bolt would...
It's very hard to see those white squares in there, but...
Yeah.
I think I liked it better with it really dark in the center. Gotta walk away. I'm gonna see what Renegade is doing. So let my brain forget what it looks like and then walk back and look at it.
Yeah. Get a good palette cleanser in between.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, the light just kind of popped into view for me there as we were standing here.
Yeah, if you have an issue with the light, just break one of the blocks and replace it. Like that'll relight the chunk for you. I think it looks good. I think it looks good enough. Let's call it there. Good enough. Chickens. So many chickens. I still have the night watch on. Put that.
I mean, I could kill the chicken again, but they're just gonna... Oh, and there's another cluster from here, so there'd be no point. But they seem to always migrate back in, because I've called them a few times out here.
No idea what I should do for like the rest of the building. Like, this was as far as my imagination was able to take it today. Like what, like as far as like the futuristic sort of lighting and stuff effects. This is kind of what I was thinking, and yeah, I didn't allow myself any further thinking of what the rest of the building would look like. Oh man!
Just kind of spewed out all your creativity, and now you're just like, I'm spent.
Oh, I am. Like my brain is kind of fried right now because it's like, holy cow, this was a lot. Especially that glass process. Jesus. Like that was like a 2-hour detour just to make the glass for this damn building. Ugh. Okay. Crazy. I like how the chicken just walks right by the scarecrow. Like, really? I wonder if the scarecrow has a config that I could pop in chickens into that config. Because I can't add it to the Night Watcher, right? Because that would literally block when they're born, right? You can't add a farm animal to the Night Watcher blocking spawning because when they're born, it literally spawns it into the world. So like the lamb for sheep, holy fuck. fucking sheep. Jesus. So yeah, when they're born, it spawns them in. If the Night Watcher is blocking that, it would literally block it. They would be born, but they would immediately disappear. It would just prevent them spawning entirely. Ooh, there's a pumpkin. Mature pumpkin. So you don't want to add farm animals. So I don't want to add a chicken to the Night Watcher because that would be bad. But the Scarecrow doesn't. I don't think it prevents them from spawning. It just makes them. If they come in the radius, it basically causes them to run away. Right? It kind of scares them. And it's a different mechanic. But if we remove, if I found that in the Scarecrow, we'd probably have to remove the Scarecrows that are near the chicken pen because they'd be stressed out because they'd just be in a constant state of like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But I do like the detail you can eke out in this game. Like, let's put a basalt in there.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, if another, Minecraft inspired game comes out, it's gonna have some big shoes to fill, some big competition from this game.
Yeah, and the next big one that's supposed to come out is Hytale, and
Oof.
like,
Cringe.
Yeah, as cringe as that is, like, the fact that game was announced like 6 years ago, and it's still like, I don't know what to think about that game anymore. I just
Since it was sold to another company, that right there alone just made me lose any hope of anything decent coming out of it.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it's sold to Riot Games, and Riot Games is owned by a Chinese company, and Riot Games alone is like, well, if they're gonna do what they did to some of their other games, and that's like, always online, massively multiplayer, like if they're gonna try to control the game, try to control the players, or add, God forbid, microtransactions. Oh my god. Do you have any idea how much of a catastrophe that would be if they tried to do that with Hytale? Like, so as far as like, and they haven't released any information regarding this stuff, right? It would be different if they actually were like, if they came out and said, no, we're not doing this, like, this is not something we're interested in. But no, they haven't said a word about it, which is like, okay, why haven't you said anything about this? Why haven't you answered this really simple question? And so people are, I'm worried that because they sold to this other company is going to be like, yeah, we want to make our money back, so we're going to need microtransactions, and it's like, it would ruin any possible future that game could have had.
Yeah, the whole radio silence on questions things, that's just like politicians. If they don't answer a question, you know the answer already.
Right. For sure. It's like, yeah, and even if they do answer him, you still know the answer.
Most of the time, yes.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Oh, God. Oddly enough, that wasn't even one of the people that was springing to mind.
Oh, I know. I don't even want to, like...
But that one, oh.
I don't even want to think about insanity that is Biden. Like, this is insanity. other countries must just be laughing. Like, what is this country doing? It's falling apart.
No, it's not. Just ask him.
Yeah, if you see his tweets, it's like, the U.S. economy has never been stronger under my leadership. It's like,
God.
are you like, really? Have you been out to a store? It's like, it's really easy. It's really easy to say inflation is down when you don't actually include anything in the price adjust. They don't include food, fuel, or rent. when
Jeez.
when they talk about inflation is down, they don't include those three things. And it's like, are you serious? So yeah, it's easy to say everything is fine when you're not actually taking into account the actual things people are buying. It's like, well, yeah, really
Yeah,
easy.
that's one thing I'm glad I don't have to deal with anymore.
Rent?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
thank God for that. When we first moved into this house, our rent was $600 a month, and just before we bought it out, it was $750, and it went up $150 over 3 years.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
Easily.
$50 a year. It went
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, I mean my food bill has doubled. Yeah, it's crazy. And
I know for a fact-
recently I made a phone call and I saved 15% or more on my car insurance. And yeah, I called my folks recommended I call a local bank because they have an insurance branch that they use that, there's a branch sort of looks for the best price. You give them all your information, then they go out and to many companies and they basically look at or get the best bid basically for insurance coverage. And so my car, which sits in a garage for 6 days a week, right? I don't drive all that often because obviously I work from home. And my car insurance has gone up twice a year for the last 3 years. They've been steadily increasing my payments, which is crazy because my car is not getting any newer, nor does it get less mileage on it. I pay monthly. So every 6 months the bill is like $509. And I've been paying that monthly, so that's like $84 a month. And it's too much. So my folks are like, you're paying way too much. Everybody I talk to is like, you're paying way too much for your car insurance. Because I have a pretty spotless record. I've not even had a ticket in the last over 10 years. So I was like, there's no reason for this company, State Farm, to gouge me like this. There's no reason. I have paid into them the value of my car, right? They've gotten that much money from me. So there's no reason for them to jack my rates up. And I've called them several times. My agent, I've called and said, there's got to be something you can do. And they give me the runaround, like, oh, blah, blah. And it's like, the company needs to remain profitable, blah. I'm just like, whatever. So I call the local bank, and I'm like, I need to see if there's any better quotes. So I didn't tell them what I was paying now. I was like, here's my information. This is the make model. Here's the VIN number. Like, here's all the information. And they came back to me, and so the full coverage for my car, the rate is 100,000, 300,000, right? So that's the coverage, 100,000, 300,000, up to that point. But the rates the standard rates that they farmed out are 250,000, 500,000. So it's actually more coverage, almost double. And the rate, if I went to straight full coverage still, right? So I'm full coverage now. If I went and remained full coverage, the quote, $221. I'm paying $509. $221 for every 6 months. Less than half. Less than half of what I'm paying now. And then liability only, because you have to have liability, right? You have to have that. Liability only, $133 a month. So it's like a quarter of what I'm paying now. And so
Yeah.
I'm like, let's pull the trigger on that shit, because my 6 months renewal is up at the end of this month, right? So this is a perfect time to do it. So I have a phone call meeting. I don't think it's not this week. It's next week. It's the week. Yeah, it's a week after this next week. To finally, finalize it, sign the things, and actually pay for the 6 months. And I asked the agent who helped me. I was like, do I get the privilege of calling my current agency and cancel my coverage? And she just laughed. She goes, oh yeah, you can call them. But she goes, wait until you actually have the new coverage first, and everything is set in stone. I was like, well, yeah, of course. But yeah, to go from $509 every 6 months to $133, massive savings, right? Which is what I need, because my food bill has doubled. So it's like I gotta save that money from somewhere. So yeah, I could not believe the difference in price. I could not believe it.
Yeah, we went through the same thing when we got the shopping for the homeowners insurance.
Yep.
And I'm like, screw it. I'm gonna see if I can bundle auto with it too.
Oh, they love when you do that. You get a really good deal.
I was paying yearly, $1,500 a year, and that's full coverage for my one vehicle. I'm now paying $900 for the about 40% more coverage, but $900 less.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, crazy when you bundle stuff like that. Companies love it. Just be sure to save up as much as you can, because when your kid turns 16 and he wants to start driving, either make him pay his own insurance, which you would have to he'd have to work 2 jobs. Yeah, insurance on a 16-year-old brand new driver is obscene.
I think it's actually worse if they don't drive. Even if they don't have a license, they still gouge you because you have somebody that could.
Well,
you actually get it better if you take them off of your insurance, separate them from yours. Theirs is going to be insane, but
Yeah, that's
you
what
get
Mom
a
did for me.
relief.
I didn't even go on her policy ever. I just went straight on my own from the beginning.
yeah, that's the better way to do it. Even if
I was
you pay
paying
for it.
about- Yeah, I was paying about $180 a month for the first year and a half, and then it dropped down to I think it was like 120, and it kept going down. After 4 years, it was down to 60 a month.
Or Buggy cycling through all those light
Yeah.
blocks.
Well, it's a
But
lot easier doing that than it is to try to craft each individual one, to try to come up with a recipe for because initially I was
Yeah.
like, how do I come up with a recipe that allows me to cycle through 34 of those things? And I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. Just cycle them through, and I added. If you get all the way to the end, and you're like, crap, right? You can do it again, and it brings you back to the start. So at least I did that for you.
yeah,
All right, pantograph time. All right, let's put this into paste, shape, and materials. This is a mode that he did because I requested it, basically. So copy that, paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste.
This would probably be a little excessive, but could you have multiple of those and for each one of them copy a different section?
Oh, I don't have any basalt. That you can save, right? You can save to disk.
Ah,
The patterns. But what I was hoping that he would want to do, he didn't, but maybe he still will. I was really hoping that he would take the lessons learned that he did there and create a copy paste gadget as basically a pull request to my building gadget mod, and be able to copy more than one block, right? So I'd be able to highlight with a copy paste gadget the bottom block and then highlight up to the top corner, and it would copy that whole bank and then just paste it over here. And by paste, I mean have nothing in the alcove and just paste it with the blocks in your inventory or even construction.
yeah.
Right? And then just paste it in there, and that way you don't have to do each individual block. It's just a block chunk, and then you could save that as a schematic to disk as the whole entire thing. He has it where you can save individual block. I don't even know how to do it. I think there's a key command. If I copy that and hit like P. Oh, P, yeah. Portfolio. I don't know. I think he edited the, yeah. There it is. .pf save. Right? To save the shape currently in your pantograph to disk, enter pf save. Yeah. So you can copy one, save it, and then hit P to open up your portfolio. I think that's what that said, right? Press P to open your portfolio. Yeah. So it's a good feature, but it's only a block at a time, and it's like, if you wanted to do it right, you would do like a copy paste gadget, and then you would allow people to rotate. God forbid you rotate whatever you want to paste. You take that feature and you build and build and build and build on it. I'm gonna need a couple more basalt blocks.
Which a lot of extra work, but oh man, if you could get it to go, that would be just fantastic.
Yeah, that's kind of what separates a good mod from a great mod, is when you start doing features like that. You start integrating like quality of life features. I just don't have the time to unpack how much chiseled blocks work, because it's a thing, right? It's an absolute thing. It's just, man, it would be nice to have a gadget that did it for you, to be able to copy and paste all the rest of these without having to do it one block at a time. Because you can do it with the world builder, right? The creative mode, you can copy blocks and paste them all you want in creative mode. But I don't want to hop into creative mode to do this, because that's kind of not how I build. I always try to build in survival. Holy chickens, Batman. I try to build in survival just because it's like, oh, I like building in survival. I like needing the materials. as abstract as sometimes it can be.
And difficult to find at times.
Yeah.
Like, where the hell is chalk?
Yeah, crazy how far away he had to go for chalk.
I'm sure there's many closer locations. Hell, there's probably one where you could literally throw a stone in the game and hit chalk. But finding that little spot, who knows? And yeah, exaggerated.
Oh, I don't know what was in that bowl, but it's rotten now.
Oh, it was probably rotten to begin with. That's what most of my food is.
They got 8 rot out of it. Must have been a lot of food in there.
In a bowl? Weird. That was probably one of those hefty meat stews.
Yeah, probably. I gotta go to bed.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I got a bio break too.
I wanted to do my stream outro, but I had to go to the bathroom so bad I wouldn't have been able to get through it. So Wednesday will likely be a dev stream. Since Renegade is abandoning us for a freaking job,
Hey, it makes the wife happy, so during the winter I can play.
there we go. That's always handy. Happy wife, happy something. So yeah, Wednesday will probably a dev stream, and it's going to be up to Renegade what he wants to do on Saturday. I think it's going to be one of his last, at least official streams. He might be intermittent after that, whether or not he's going to be able to be there. But if anything, like last summer, he just vanished, and he would rather sleep on his day off than come and stream with us. Like, what? Anyway, so yeah, Wednesday will probably be a dev stream. Whatever I'm working on the mod at the time, I'll just work on it and answer questions if there are questions. If somebody pops in and they want to know how to use the API for one thing or another, then that's cool too. But yeah, the stream itself will be just me developing whatever feature I'm working on at the time. And then Saturday again will be Renegade's Choice, and then that'll be kind of like what I'm thinking is Wednesdays, because Oz is probably a little exhausted, so like Wednesdays will probably be like a more of a development centered stream or testing. If I'm working on something, whatever step I am in the process of the vintage engineering mod will be Wednesdays. And then Saturdays we can do, if we try like Dyson Sphere Program multiplayer, see how that mod is doing. It's got probably a lot of development. I haven't looked at it in several weeks. I know it was starting to be updated, but with the dark fog stuff, that is a lot of extra stuff to have to sync with a modded client server instance. Like that is a lot of code that probably needed to be done. So we'll keep an eye on that, but outside of that, I don't really know what we would stream. I'm always looking to patrons and members as to what they want to see. If nobody's around, if nobody wants to do anything, then I can do. I know there's a lot of people doing Captain of Industry right now. The new Armageddon map looks pretty sweet. But that I play differently than a lot of people play. I know Nihlaus he basically is on like the hardest difficulty, and it's just like brutally hard, and I'm sure he spends countless hours in between recording and trying to get, parts and stuff, and I just don't play like that. I usually have the cheat mod, Captain of Cheats, going, and yeah, my play style is very different to a lot of those guys, because I just don't have the patience to sit around and twiddle my thumbs. Because you can imagine streaming that game, I could spend 5 hours just watching excavators clear a mountain. Like, that's all that we do. I doubt there's anybody really interested in that. So yeah, I usually don't do like super hard difficulty levels and stuff like that, because it's like, why do that to myself? I don't really do that. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for stopping by. While I put all of my stuff away, I try to have a relatively clean inventory. So when I log into the game again, my inventory is nice and pristine. Is this? Oh. It's a literal bowl of water. Dirt. Glass. Oh, my building materials chests are getting a little on the full side. Not enough space. Wow. Yeah. Not nearly enough space. All right. Well, thank you all for coming by. You all have a great weekend, and hopefully see you back here on Wednesday for the development stream. But otherwise, have a good weekend.